Hello, I am Gregory, the poor typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. As a reminder, Typewriter Club Live is now the first Sunday of the month, and the rest of the month we have Hanging with the Poor Typist. So you still get to hang out and chat about typewriters every Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific. And again, Type Pals isn't always will be free. I hope you will join us at typepals.com. All right, let's let some people in. And our typing prompt today is, what do your typewriters do while you are gone? Yeah. And we have at least one response. Someone emailed the response to me. So yeah. That should be interesting. But yeah, Anthony, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening from Ireland.
Yes, good evening.
How are you, Gregory? How are things with you?
Good. Yes.
Good. Glad to hear it. You're looking well, as always. You're always very fresh and youthful looking.
Thank you. Well, I have a big birthday coming up in about 9 days. So
your 25th.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, brilliant.
The big 50. So that's
You're kidding.
No.
No, seriously.
Yeah. I feel like 15 rather than 50, but you know.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm 48 and I feel like a young boy. I feel like a 15-year-old trapped in a 50-year-old's body. So yeah. Must be something about the typewriters that keeps you young, you know?
Yes, definitely. That's the key. Yeah. Is there anything new in your world?
Well, where do you start? Have you got half an hour? Oh, so I bought the latest arrival is this Adler Gabrielle 25.
Oh,
which I picked up for the princely sum of €25.
Oh, wow.
And it's in great nick. It just needed type slugs cleaning. Everything else, only one type bar was a bit sluggish, the B, and I cleaned the segment and yeah, gave the slugs a good cleaning yesterday, and it's working like a dream. It's a beaut. 25 quid. Couldn't believe it. You know?
Yeah.
So there's that. And you know, I've been saying for ages that I wanted a Selectric.
Yeah.
I have 3 Selectrics.
Oh my goodness.
Well, just calm down now. None of them is working.
Oh no.
One of them is the motor is going and it's trying to do things, but I opened it up and it is there in its opened up condition, and it is just beyond me, too complex. So I found, and I didn't know it existed, I found a typewriter shop in Dublin that fixes typewriters, and on their website they say they also deal with Selectrics. So I sent them an email and said, could you fix up a Selectric for me? And they said, well, depends on what kind of state it's in. So what I'm thinking of doing is bringing all 3 to them and saying, give me one working one from these 3, and take whatever spare parts you need yourself for future Selectric repairs. You know, I picked up one for 30 quid, and the other 2 I was given for free because I think the owners were just glad to get them out of their house. You know, so
yeah,
very complex machines, amazingly complex, as you know, and I'm sure many others who are taking part in these live streams know just how complex I thought, you know, it was moving, you know, it was trying to do things.
Yeah.
But I got to the point where I was cleaning and I was trying to get things, and I just said, hang on, Anthony, just hold your hands up and admit you know nothing about what you're doing. Try and find somebody. And lo and behold, there is actually a typewriter shop in Ireland. There is one.
Wow.
So that's great news, you know. And even if it gets, like, I'll drop the Selectrics down to them hopefully in the coming week, and maybe they'll come back to me and say, yeah, look, we can get one of these working, and we can maybe borrow some parts from some of the others, you know. So fingers crossed.
That's promising, definitely. Now I'm wondering, does this place describe themselves as a typewriter repair, or is it like business machine repair?
No, it's typewriter shop, typewritershop.ie. And actually, if you look
Oh,
at, seems to be a father and son. The father, I would say, probably that's what he did in the typewriter era. And, the son, I'm guessing, has taken on, and, that they still get, I hope, enough business to keep them maybe ticking over, but I'm delighted anyway, because it just means if, there's now two options. The Magic Typer, of course, is the other one. There's now
okay.
terms of, the Magic Typer doesn't deal with selectrics.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I might, before too long, have finally realized that dream that I've had for ages and ages and ages. But the other thing is, look, let's be honest. We've said it here before. I have a problem. I mean, I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mechanical typewriters. I now have one perfectly working Brother electronic typewriter and 3 non-working Selectrics. I mean, quite apart from an addiction problem, I have a storage problem,
Yeah.
But the other thing is, I think I was telling you last week that I had set up a Facebook group for typewriters in Ireland.
Yes. How's that going?
Doesn't exist. Well, believe it or not, I've had both offers of typewriters. People contact me saying, here's a typewriter that I don't use anymore. You're welcome to have it. Somebody offering me to sell a typewriter. But a couple of people contacted me saying, oh, I'd love to have a typewriter. Can you get one for me? And I said, well, as it happens, suddenly they're all over the place here. So, yeah, so
Nice.
far, I think there's 27 members. I mean, start small, but so far it seems to be having the effect of promoting typewriter use. And as I said, a couple of people reaching out looking for, can you get me a typewriter? Knowing that if they get one themselves, they mightn't know anything about it, So yeah, all good. We've started the typewriter revolution in Ireland.
You're a little behind us, but
just a few years behind you, yeah.
But you're on your way.
We are on our way, yeah.
Excellent. Very cool. Yeah. And
Tyler.
The dogs are looking for love, maybe.
yeah. And how's your live stream or your podcast going?
Oh, very well. Yeah, I was doing a series about classical mythology, actually, and some of the comparisons with Irish mythology. And tomorrow, I have a very interesting live stream about a discovery that I made. There's two Neolithic monument complexes that are 90 kilometers, about 58 miles apart. And one ancient cairn on one complex points to the cairn on the other, and they're not really visible. They are visible through binoculars, but in ancient times you wouldn't have been able to see one from the other, and yet they're aligned, and you just say to yourself, that's astonishing. How did they achieve that 5,000 years ago? So yeah. I'll be talking about that tomorrow evening. Yeah, so that's
okay.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, and getting plenty of. Just lately, I'm just excessively busy. Actually, I would use the word ridiculously busy. Today is Sunday, and I mean, traditionally, this is a day of rest and a day when people just take it easy. I've a list of things to do here in front of me, and I'm just slowly getting through it. And some of that requires me to write, I am actually using the typewriter because I just think, I just seem to enjoy it more, So,
exactly.
As I listen to the rest of the guests during the stream, I'll be busy tapping away here, working on something that I have to have ready for tomorrow, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
As I said, and I've said many times, and of course we all I think agree with this, that the typewriter increases productivity in a quite magical way,
It really does.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get through that fairly quickly, and I'll have all the typewriter fans from around the world in the background talking about what they're doing as well, which is fascinating.
Yeah. Excellent.
And
Well,
hello to everyone else that's there. I see Susan and
yeah.
Robert. The lady there who I don't recognize, Will C. Hello, and all the others. Anyone else who's there, hello to all of you. Good. I think most of you are in your morning time, and it's 5:10 in the evening here in Ireland. So
Yeah, 9:10 here. So
yeah, there you go. First thing in the morning, huh? Typewriter.
yeah. By the way, how is the weather there?
We have had, until a few days ago, we have had a very long dry spell. And we've had very warm weather, and it's been beautiful. Now, when I say very warm, I mean it tops out here in Ireland about mid-80s, Fahrenheit. It doesn't
Okay.
get that 95 and 100 and 105 that you guys have seen.
Yeah.
Very pleasant. In the past few days, we have had several deluges of rain. It's like Mother Nature saying, "Oh, look, Ireland is very dry. Here, let's make up for what you've lost, or what you haven't had," and several downpours. But it's actually
Yeah.
sunny and bright today, but the only thing is the evenings are contracting rapidly. The sun is setting at 8 p.m. now, whereas in June it was setting at 10 p.m. So you can really feel the shortening of the day.
Okay.
Very pleasant. It's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, one reason I ask is because I want to compare it to how it is supposed to be here today. 109, which is 43 Celsius. Yeah, of course, I do see Brian Good is here, and so I can't compare to that. He lives in Arizona, so they're far worse than us. But 109 is pretty bad for here. Yeah,
I think it's time you just strip off your clothes and climb into the ice box or something.
Yeah, that sounds good actually. I have a fan here, but I had it on until the last possible moment. But I don't want the fan noise because I'm also recording for the podcast. So yeah, but if I get a moment, like if I get someone chatty, I'll mute myself and turn the fan on for a little while.
I think that would be a good idea. Is it?
Yeah.
It's not 43 Celsius already at 9
No,
o'clock.
no, not yet.
Climb up in the next few hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Right before I started, I think it was 88 here. So yeah, it's gonna warm up fast.
You're in California, right?
Yes, Southern California. Yeah, so it's a dry heat. So at least I have that in my favor.
Yeah. The humidity can be a killer at those kind
Oh
of times.
yeah. Anyway, it's so good to see you, Anthony.
And you also, and everyone else. And as I say, good morning to everybody, and have great fun.
Yes. Susan, how are you doing?
I'm great.
Excellent.
How are you?
Very good.
Rested,
Bracing
I
myself.
hope, after the 14 cats.
Whoo. Yes, we were cat sitting 14 cats, 4 of which are kittens. So that was great fun hanging out with the kittens. But 14 cats, yeah.
That was a lot for sure.
Yeah, I think our friend has a problem. Well, see, she's a cat lover, but then she also rescues cats, and she works with cat rescue organizations. But I think 14 cats is too many for one house.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. But then again, us typewriter people, 14 typewriters is not too many for one house. So
yeah, but
we rescue them, we save them all the time. So
but most typewriters don't use the litter box.
That's correct. They don't use the litter box. They don't use the litter box.
They don't sneak off over the wall and disappear for 2 weeks at a time.
They come home pregnant. No, they don't do that.
Yeah, that's how the 4 kittens happened. Well, it was someone else's cat, and my friend rescued the cat. And when she rescued the cat, she realized it was pregnant. So then she started mothering it. And then when she was getting ready to give birth, she brought her inside, and now she's an indoor cat. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, how are things with you?
Well, things are very good. Last week I found 3 new typewriters at an estate sale, and I spent $55.
Wow.
And one is a Hermes 3000,
Oh my goodness.
And that one I got the second day of the sale for $15. And it's a
Wow.
wide carriage
Ooh.
plastic one. I don't know
Oh
if you
my.
can see this.
Oh,
Wow.
the French model.
And it came with a beautiful Hermes dust cover, which has a manufacturer's slit for the carriage return lever, which is interesting.
Oh, very nice.
And I did not realize that, okay, this estate sale was just crazy. This was a man and his wife who apparently he was involved in developing the technology for metal detectors. So he ended up with quite a bit of money. And on this property, there were 2 actual houses, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths each with 3-car garages, and it was all filled with stuff. And so the poor people that were doing the estate sale had no idea what was actually in there. So they did not even realize that these typewriters were there, so they did not research how much they might go for if they tried to sell them on eBay. And they had a bunch of electronic typewriters too, and they just marked it was just $20 for a typewriter, was basically what it was.
Wow.
So I got this one on the second day because it was on top of a bookshelf that was over 6 feet tall. And I caught a glimpse of the carriage return lever. And I said to my 6'5" husband, "What the heck is that?" And he pulled it down for me. And as he pulled it down, it was under the dust cover. He saw the name Hermes. He said, "Oh my gosh, you're going to want this one." And I said, "Well, yeah." So I pulled the dust cover off and I just looked at it. I didn't even care if it worked or it didn't work. I knew it was going to be cheap. I said, "We're taking this home with us." And it turns out that it has a really nice typeface called Director Pica. So
Nice.
it's a thicker print. The letters are bolder. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yep,
I guess
amazing.
Similar to the Congress typeface in Olympia machines, I would say.
Okay.
And I had no idea when I bought it that it was like that. And it types like a dream. It had issues. It has issues. The 2 little side pieces, plastic side pieces where the platen knobs are, have cracks. I think that's probably not uncommon from what I read from the typewriter maintenance group's emails. So they're going to have to be replaced. And there were remnants of stickers on the actual ribbon cover. So I had to take those off because it was kind of sticky and it didn't even show the actual sticker, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So now I have like a polka dot of where the color has changed, the plastic color has changed, and the original color is underneath, which the original color is the typical Hermes green gray. But my machine has become avocado green, actually.
Oh, wow.
Over time.
Yeah.
And I don't know that retro brighting would help this. It might actually damage the plastic. So it's kind of I call it a little Frankenstein typewriter because it doesn't really look like what it should look like. But it's from 1970, or 71. So it's the first year that they did the plastic body. And strangely, my husband, who is super supportive of my habit and has helped me with the type-ins and all those things, he doesn't really type on my typewriters, but he loves this one. It's very reminiscent of Richard Polk's book where he writes that you'll find the typewriter that you love and it'll speak to you. This is the darn typewriter that is speaking to him. So now I'm going to have to get it all fixed up with new parts and everything because he really loves this typewriter. He's written me poetry and everything on this typewriter.
Oh.
Very amazing. And then the other one that I got the first day that I was there, and y'all are going to recognize this case.
I have a 22 or 32.
It's an Olivetti letter of 32, $20. I don't think it was hardly ever used.
Oh,
it has
man.
not a scratch on its body. And it's a cursive typeface.
Oh, wow.
$20.
Very nice.
Wow.
And then I bought a little brother Charger 11. It's a Charger 11 corrector.
Yeah.
and it had the white and black ribbon in it, and I tore that out and I cleaned it all up because I can use that at a type-in because it's great for kids to just
Oh
bang on it.
yeah, definitely.
And then yesterday I went to my local library and I participated in one of their events. I brought 4 typewriters and set them up, and people were typing, kids were typing, teenagers were typing, adults were typing. It was great. So it was like a mini type-in
Yeah.
that I just did by myself. And hopefully they're going to invite me back. It was really a popular thing to have the typewriters. You know, I tried to take colorful ones and ones that people couldn't damage and ones that were in good shape. And I took some fun paper, and one child wrote a scary story, and one person wrote a poem, one teenager wrote a poem, and one of the younger ones wrote an I love you note to their mom.
Oh,
And it was great because the kids are not afraid at all of changing their typing posture or the way that they type. You know, once they figured out they had to hit a little harder, they went from their beautiful keyboard, hands all on the home keys typing, to just 3 fingers.
yeah.
But they didn't care. They loved seeing the letters show up on the page. And it was small, so it was more intimate, and that was kind of good too, because nobody was intimidated and they admired each other's work and took turns, and it was a lot of fun. So I did that yesterday, and then I'm really excited, and I see that Joe just typed something on his iPhone. I'm going this next weekend to Santa Fe, and Santa Fe is only 1 hour from Albuquerque.
Yes.
So I'm going to the type-in.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Fantastic.
I'm so excited.
Fantastic. Ted Monk's going to be there too.
I'm so
Cool.
excited to go to the type-in. My husband said, you know, he wanted to take me to Santa Fe this year anyway. And he said, well, you know, we could go to Santa Fe and we could just stay in a hotel in Santa Fe. It's only 1 hour to Albuquerque. So
Yeah.
Sunday, I'll drive you over to the type-in and we'll go to the type-in. And so
Fantastic.
I'm so excited.
So
So
Ted
go.
Monk and Brian Good are supposed to be at the type-in, and they're going to take an Amtrak from Flagstaff to Albuquerque, and then I'm actually going to arrange to get them picked up from the train station. They're going to
Oh,
go
yeah.
to the type-in, and then they're going to go back to the train station and take the train that leaves in the afternoon, like 5:15 or whatever it leaves in the afternoon. So they're going to have like this little short window of time to be
Oh,
at the
great.
type-in.
Oh.
So we're very stoked, you know, and like I said, my husband is just the greatest because he does support me in this crazy world and enjoys it and enjoys the people. So it's been great. So I'm going to
Fantastic.
type in, and I see Joe has his Selectric sitting there, and I just watched both of your videos on the IBM Selectric one, and now I think I have to have a Selectric one.
I know, right?
Well,
So what I wanted to ask though is
Yeah.
it similar in size to say a Hermes 10?
I'd say a little bit bigger, probably. I don't know, from knob to knob, right? Carriage knob to carriage knob, it's probably pretty close because the 10 is what, a 12-inch
carriage.
carriage. Yeah. The body though is bigger, and I think it's heavier than a Hermes 10. Yeah. But these 72s, Selector 72s is going to be, well, so this is a 721. So the 1 means it's the 8.5-inch typing line, which is a 10-inch platen, right?
Mhm.
So that's the narrowest body they made. And the 2 means it's the ribbon, the fabric ribbon cartridge.
And that's what I would want is the
Yeah.
fabric ribbon cartridge, because I really am not interested in the correcting feature, but I am interested in the little type elements
Yes.
because
Yes.
I love the different type styles. So, and
Well, I was going to show you this. I haven't shown this on video yet, but Kevin and I went over to Kevin's house last night and took the Selectric with me with a roll of Baco red black ribbons. And Kevin had a spare cartridge with an old ribbon in it, and we reloaded it with a brand new Baco red black.
oh, wow.
So I'm sporting a bichrome ribbon in this typewriter now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So,
But now the width of that ribbon is less than
Yes.
the regular
Yep.
ribbon.
Right,
So
and
the Baker ribbon is wider
no,
or less?
the original ribbons are 9/16 and we're using a 1/2 inch. So we have a 1/16 inch less, but
It's not enough to make a big difference.
no, we tried every type element we had, including the tallest character type elements, and it was no problem on both red or black. It was fine. So,
Uh-huh.
and it's a
That's
little
fine.
finicky replacing the ribbon in the cartridge, but we did it, and yeah, it was fun. So knowing you can replace the ribbon, take the cartridge apart and replace the ribbon means that you can refill these,
Yeah.
in the future, which makes them
Yeah.
really sustainable, I think. It's
Well,
very
that's very
exciting.
Yeah, it is very
Yeah.
exciting. I know someone, my typewriter repairman in his Aladdin's cave of typewriters in his basement has a zillion different models of IBM Selectrics. I'm sure there's an IBM Selectric 171 in there
Yeah.
somewhere.
Oh, yes.
And when he sells a Selectric, he always recommends that people get a Selectric 2 because of the correcting feature.
Right.
But that doesn't matter to me because
No.
I already like the craziness of having a mistake.
Yes.
I
Well,
also
let me-
loved your video on corrections, by the way.
Oh,
Oh,
thanks.
yeah.
I was
I
going
watched
to
that
show
too. I've
you.
been watching a lot of your videos this week.
So if you notice, the card guide on this Selectric has a
Uh-huh.
large semicircular opening on it for the type element to hit.
Mhm.
Well, that makes it very convenient to use correction tabs because there's a lot of distance between the type element and the card guide. So you can slip this correction tab almost halfway down, so you can get the middle of it.
Uh-huh.
So it makes it super fast to do corrections. In my left hand, I slip it down. My right hand, I'm doing the backspace and hit the correction, pull it out, backspace again, retype it. It's super quick on
Wow.
these. Yeah. So I don't miss having the correction feature. Kevin had a tan beige version of this, and he also has the personal Selectric from 1984. And the personal Selectric is the same width of carriage. The body is wider, it's squarish, and it uses the Selectric 3, 2 and 3 cartridge, the bigger cartridge. Right. And it's actually taller because the cartridge is fatter. And it also has the correcting ribbon, the liftoff ribbon, but that makes the whole carrier wider. Right. Because it's almost like 7 inches wide, the carrier is, with those 2 spools for the correction for the liftoff. So even though that's the personal Selectric, and they made it toward the tail end of the Selectric lineup, these small Selectric ones are a little smaller, actually. So
right, that's what I thought. I have a friend that he uses the same typewriter guide that I do, and he brought back to Texas from Colorado a Selectric 2 and brought it over to my house to show me how it worked and everything, to try and convince me to get one a couple of years ago. And I said, Rodney, no, this is just too big. This thing is too
yeah,
it just takes up too much real estate. Now, I said, he said, well, but the Hermes 10, I said, look, it's way larger than the Hermes 10.
Yeah. No, so I had for a while, I had a 712, which was Selectric 1, wider carriage, maybe 14-inch carriage or something. And it was the single use only carbon film ribbon, but the Selectric 1s were separate spools. They're plastic spools, clear spools. And you have to kind of thread that carbon film through the mechanism by hand. And that carbon film is really super thin. The plastic film is, very delicate. And so invariably what happens when you replace that ribbon or rethread it is you have wrinkled film that won't give a good impression. You'll have missing spots on your letter. So you have to kind of advance it manually. So it's kind of fiddly. It's not easy to change. And also, it doesn't print super well on certain types of paper, especially like the resume paper that has like a cloth woven texture to it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't like that kind of texture, the carbon films, as much. They want like a smoother paper, like if you imagine like glossy magazine pages.
Yeah, or like the Japanese Tomo River paper or something
Yeah,
like that.
right.
Yeah.
But whereas the cloth ribbon doesn't care what kind of paper, and it has a super dark imprint for a
I
cloth ribbon.
saw that. I
Yeah.
saw that on your video. I was so taken by it.
Oh yeah, it's pretty impressive actually. So
And I also
Anyways.
thought it was awesome that it was fixed so you could do a 1.5 spacing, because I love that too. I mean,
oh yes, that's
that's
right.
my favorite spacing is 1.5.
Mine is too. In fact, Kevin's beige version of this, he's going to have Steve Marshall put that 1.5 line feature into his. So that'll be fun.
So I was really excited. So I've been inspired to think about getting a Selectric next.
Well, that's what my job is, is to enable people to spend money,
Well, I know I've inspired a few people to get some particular typewriters too, and it's always funny to me when I hear that. I go, really?
So I'm sitting out here in my kitchen underneath my sky. I have a solar tube skylight, and it's so bright I get this forehead hot spot.
Oh,
So I have to wear a hat indoors.
yeah.
But anyways, so the house is quiet right now, so it's a good chance to be out here in the kitchen.
Excellent.
Nice.
Anyways, it's great to see everybody. Actually, I haven't been
Yes.
online in a few weeks, so
Well, thank you.
yeah.
Joe,
Yes.
Joe,
Hi.
one quick question. When reloading the IBM Electric One cartridge,
Mhm.
were those originally cloth or were they originally film?
They're originally cloth.
So were they a continuous loop that went round and round? Or?
No, they are. There is an auto reverse mechanism built into the IBM mechanism, and there's also a
Okay.
manual reverse. So this is the Ribbons Unlimited cloth ribbon that I just put in yesterday. that now I'm not using because my home loaded one is even darker, if you can imagine. But so it uses these two hubs in the middle of the cartridge. And the plastic on this cartridge is not like, if you imagine what plastic typewriter ribbon spools are like, they're kind of a hard, brittle plastic. You could crack them. This is like, this is like polyethylene plastic. It's resilient and flexible, right?
Okay.
And the way the ribbon attaches to the spool is the hub is like a cylinder, and there's two holes in either side of it that are beveled, and they use a tiny steel ball bearing. And you lay the ribbon over the hole, put the ball bearing in, and crimp it in with a pair of pliers, and it pops into the hole, and that's what holds the ribbon in place. So
that's the same system as was on some of the aftermarket Smith Corona ribbons.
Yes, and then there's a narrower part in the bottom of it that goes through the hole in the bottom here. But so when you put the cartridge into the typewriter, the spool hubs are actually supported by the spindle of the mechanism, so they don't actually drag on the cartridge itself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they turn quite freely. So yeah, it auto reverses itself. There's also a manual reversing lever, and so you have 3 positions. Top, middle, bottom on the mechanism you can manually select. So with an all black ribbon, you can get 3 uses out of it. Like you can wear out the top, and I don't think you'll have problems typing on the bottom of the ribbon like you do with a type bar machine, because the timing of the type bar machine, having the vibrator have a greater travel is what causes the timing issues. I think the selector mechanism is fast enough that you could type as fast as you want, and I don't think it'll jam it. So it really does make using all 3 levels of that ribbon practical.
Well, if you look at a Selectric 2 or 82 that I have, it types top, middle, bottom, advanced, top, middle, bottom, advanced.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. No, these type strictly 1 line, whatever you have it manually set to, and then it auto reverses.
Now, Lenny Hurwitz from Ribbons Unlimited does carry a 916 ribbon.
Oh yes, right.
A black ribbon. I got one for my Olympia SM4 because the tops of the caps were always missing.
And his ribbons are nice and dark. There's no complaints about them. But the Baco ribbons are like another level above that, because you're getting them off your own reel of whatever it is, 200 whatever, 160 meters or whatever it is. I don't know. It's a lot of ribbons.
660 yards.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if they sell 9/16. They might, right? So that would be an option. But I haven't had any problems. Kevin has not had any problems using a 1/2-inch ribbon in these cartridges with any of the type elements we've tried. There's no problems. In fact, he typed a version of the Typewriter Manifesto last night on using a large, and it worked perfectly, so
Yeah, perfect.
I'm pretty excited about it. Once I saw what the new Ribbons Unlimited ribbon cartridges look like, it's pretty impressive, So
Excellent. Well,
it's kind of the best of both worlds, in a sense of you have the convenience of the Selectric interchangeable type elements and the quick action, but you have I think the better performance of a cloth ribbon in terms of it's not finicky about what kind of paper you need to use. And it gives you a super dark imprint and it looks really clean and neat. Maybe under a microscope, you would see maybe the edges are not quite as sharp as a carbon film, but it looks plenty good to my eyes.
Yeah. Well, fantastic to see you again.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see everybody. And also, I was just back to this. It's great having a bichrome on a IBM Selectric because you can't do that with a Selectric 2 or 3. They do make some carbon film ribbons in colors, but they're hard to find. And they don't have a very good color selection. You have to re-thread the cartridge to change colors, but it's great to have a bichrome on one of these.
One thing that IBM did do was to make the same concept as the correction tabs, but in red, and they were called the highlighter strips. So you put that in, then type your word in red, take it out, and carry on with black.
Oh, nice! I wasn't aware of that. That's very cool. They probably don't make them anymore, obviously, but you almost could make them yourself, I would think. Because I remember somebody a few years ago, maybe like more than a decade ago, we were messing around with crayons on the back of a piece of paper, and then you use that as carbon paper, and you could transfer colored waxy impressions. But if you found a better material than crayons, you could probably make your own colored.
I remember that video you did.
Oh yeah. That was way back in the early days of the typosphere when most people were blogging, and that was fun. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Anything else new with you, Susan?
No, that's about it. I think that's pretty much.
I interrupted you, Susan.
Type in, by the way. I'm having a type in November the 19th, and the same place. And already people are getting excited about it.
Nice.
It had to be that late in November because of the elections. I had not taken into account that here in Texas, a lot of our polling places are our public libraries, program rooms, and things like that. And so it takes them a while to get the machinery, the ballot machinery into the building and set up. And then they have early election voting, and then you have election voting, and then they have to have the machines removed. So November the 19th, which is the Saturday before Thanksgiving, we are going to be selling, trading, and buying typewriters at this event, as well as other holiday accoutrements that you might be interested in for your typewriter.
Nice.
And I'm having what's going to be a lot of fun is I'm having a calligraphy group come to. And they're going to have a table where they're going to actually do calligraphy on people's envelopes. So if you want to send a holiday message to someone, they will make you a beautiful envelope. So I'm very excited about that.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot of plans, a lot of fun plans. We're going to I think I'm going to have a typewriter beauty contest where everyone can bring their most beautiful typewriter they want to, and there will be prizes. Nominal prizes, of course, but there will be prizes, and we're going to have 2 categories, just like at Herman's, where you're going to have maybe pre-war and after-war typewriters, and it's going to be limited to 1 typewriter in each category per person, because I don't want people to bring 5 typewriters to be judged. But yeah, I thought that would be fun. And I'm also having a prize for the person who comes from the farthest distance away.
Oh,
Because I have people last time that came from San Antonio and Oklahoma. And I think that's a lot of fun.
yeah.
And I may actually do a drawing for one of my typewriters and give it away. So
Wow.
Well, Susan, it sounds like your typings are gaining momentum.
Yeah.
yeah, I really, we had so much fun, and it was a lot of people will never be able to go to, say, Herman's if they ever do it in person again or something like that. They just can't go that far. But I was stunned at how many people would drive 4 hours, because believe me, from San Antonio to Plano, it's not just a, hop, skip, and a jump. Our state is
Yeah.
big, and they're
Yeah.
coming from far away. And that's why I like to have it for the length of time that I'm having them, which is the 5-hour time window, is because it gives people a chance to get there without having to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and
Mhm.
still they can enjoy some of it. And it is come and go as you want to. If people want to come early and leave early, that's fine too. You can come a little bit later. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I enjoy having it, and I would just want to do it twice a year. I think twice a year is really great for new people to get involved. I mean, we had some, I've got some new people that are interested in coming, and that's awesome. And, like I said, it's so much fun. I mean, it really makes a hobby for me. It's kind of like, my husband equates it to, it's if you collected classic cars, you go to a car show, it's like a typewriter show.
Yep.
And you can get a lot of great advice too from people if you have issues with your typewriter, people that really work on them, because we have some people in this area that work on their own. They don't work on mine because they'd have to charge me an arm and a leg. I guess they just don't have the, but you meet all these great people that can give you advice or help if you're stuck on something or you don't understand how it works exactly, or,
Well,
and so, yeah, it's the best. It's the best. But I tell you, yesterday's experience with those kids and their families and being a smaller, intimate thing was also awesome. And I really hope that I get to continue to do that with various branches of the library, because their faces just lit up when they saw they could actually sit at those machines and type, and, a birthday letter to your grandma, or
yeah.
an I love you mom card. It was just so sweet, and they really loved doing it. And it gave me so much hope that, okay, other people are going to really get involved. One teenager said to me, I really don't need anything more for my crafting room, and my hobbies, but maybe I'm going to ask my mom if she still has her typewriter. And I just thought that was so sweet.
Excellent.
So that's all for me.
Okay. That's a lot. That's all exciting news, including the 3 typewriters for what you said, $55.
$55.
Wow.
I can barely find a typewriter for $55, just one nowadays, much less 3.
And one of them was a Hermes.
Exactly. What a miracle. It was a Hermes. It was the cheapest Hermes I've ever had. And
Wow.
I have quite a few.
I hope you did the lottery on your way home.
I know.
I figured I already won. I already
Yeah.
wasted my luck. So
That's true. Excellent.
And it was a special typeface. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if it had been an Elite or a Pica, because I already have those. But my husband says on the way home, I just want to know, how do you do that? How do you find the Hermes at these places? How is it that it's you every time? And
Yeah.
I said,
The
well,
magic
you
touch,
can't
yeah.
complain. It was only $15.
You learn to look with a seeing eye.
No, I just have learned to really, really never, I had this feeling the first day we went, I had this feeling that I had left stuff behind. So I said, we're going to go back. I'm going back, and you're coming with me. And so he came with me, and sure enough, there it was, a Hermes 3000 on the top shelf, 6 feet high, on a bookcase, just the little thing poking out. I had to get it. I couldn't leave it. It didn't matter what it was. If it worked or not, I was going to get it and make it work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's turned out to be his soulmate, his machine.
Wow.
So
That's
how can you
excellent.
say no to that?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you so much, Susan.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, Gregory, for having us once again.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, I see a new face. We have Kate joining us.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, this is my first meeting, so I'm mostly just soaking in everybody else's wisdom. And I'm actually sitting in a hotel room today. I'm visiting my mom from out of town who's in a nursing home.
Oh. Oh, and you cut out.
So I'll show you
Oh, there we go.
the typewriter that came with me. Oh, my husband has this set up with this this background, and I don't know how to undo it.
If you hold the typewriter right in front of yourself, it might. Well, no, you
And pull
disappear.
back.
It's a little Olympia socialite.
Okay.
It's my ultra portable, so that's
Mhm.
what came with me, and
Nice.
that typed on the prompt this time around. But
Excellent.
looking forward to a time when I don't have to scoot off so quick.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, did you just want to tell us just briefly about yourself?
I started collecting typewriters unwittingly about 20 years ago. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it has been probably about 20 years ago. My husband's a former journalist, and when he learned journalism, it was typewriters. So,
Yes.
Mhm.
so he had an SM3 and maybe one other, and we went to a porch sale, and here's this little cute SM3 with a script font, and it's like, well, that's mine for $10. So it just, how it goes. It devolves from there, and then you start seeing them everywhere. And this was actually back in Portland, Oregon. I'm not living there now, but a little before it really got crazy, or it seems like it. And so I lived in North Portland, and Ace Typewriter was my repair place, and still is. When I go to visit, I'll take them a load of typewriters to fix.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I'm in Colorado now, and actually, if anybody knows anyone in the middle of the country who likes typewriters, because when I look at all the different folks that are members here, everybody seems to be in a state that touches water.
Yeah. It's
So
true.
I haven't yet held a type-in, but I'm thinking about it, and Sharon's a great inspiration for that, because I think that'd bring a lot of people out that I got to get organized.
Okay. Excellent. And what do you usually use your typewriters for?
Oh, writing letters. And so when I learned about this group about maybe a couple months ago, it was one of those things where it's like, oh, people who use typewriters to write letters, those are my people. So
Oh,
yeah.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I believe you mentioned a typing prompt. Is that something you wanted to share, or you
Yeah.
don't have to?
No, it was such an interesting idea. Hang on, and I typed it out, and then I revised it because I thought it needed some help, and I put it on my computer, so I kind of cheated, but
Whatever gets us writing, that's what it's about. So,
well, that's the thing. And I'm not, really my strength is in writing letters. I'm not really a writer by nature. It's not ever something that I aspired to do. So those of you who are writing things, like other than letters, I admire you a great deal. So this was fun to try something new. So
excellent.
Yeah. So the prompt was, what do your typewriters do while you're gone? And I started by thinking this way. Someone once observed that Olympia SG1 machines feel so imposing that they could gather together, form regiments, and take over the world. I have 2 SG1s in my collection. Should I worry? While I'm gone, are they planning to add a 3rd or a 4th or more to the household? Will rogue machines bar me from entering my home one day? I doubt it. My typewriters are cooperators, not dominators. more communicators than conquerors. In that light, perhaps they need to spend more time together, not to plot against the humans, but to commiserate amongst themselves, to support one another in the work of helping us. I felt a bit neglectful on reading this type prompt. Do my machines long to sit in company with one another? Currently, they sit in far corners. They're not within sight or earshot of the next machine. Maybe they'd be happier in proximity to one another. There's a thought. Maybe it's time to gather the machines and their do-good energy into one room. I only have 10, so it's doable but tight. They can soak up the vibrations of the machine that's writing a friendly letter today. That energy would prepare the rest of the machines for their turn in the writing queue. And while I'm away, they can bolster one another by recalling that happy writing energy. This is the scenario I project for my typewriters. It's much more comforting than imagining them surfing the internet and controlling our smart appliances. Then they really could take over the world.
Oh, I
I love it. I love
that.
it.
That was excellent.
Oh, thank you
Yeah.
so much.
You know, you are a creative writer, so
Mhm.
it's something you need to do.
Well,
Is it-
thank you for that encouragement. My husband
Yeah.
says I can write, but I've never really tried before. So
That was excellent. Excellent.
thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I'd love to hear somebody else's prompt before I have to go.
Okay. Does anyone else
Sorry.
have one? I know Paul Coogan, who is joining us, has one. I don't know if he wanted to read it. He did send it to me, so if he prefers, I can read it. But of course, it's always best coming from the author.
I'll go ahead and read it.
Okay.
If you want to share it on the screen so you can see the typos,
Oh, I
or I
printed
could
it
do
out.
that.
I did it old school and printed it out. So
Oh, here, I'll tell you what, I will share.
yeah, you could do that.
Let's see, I have to do first, sorry.
It's okay.
That's too big. We'll go open this up. And then there we go. And back to here. Share this one. There we go.
That's perfect.
Okay. Someone asked what. So this is. I should preface this. This is not written by me. This is actually written by the typewriter, and I'm simply the conduit here. Someone asked what you do all day while the person who usually types on you is away. Well, I'm glad someone finally asked. I have a spot under the desk, which is clean and dry, but I have lately had to share the space with Olympia. We're about the same age, but beyond our common German heritage, there is little in common. She really tries too hard. Even with a plastic skin like mine, she presumes elegance with her elite face, but really her lines are not like mine. I won't go as far as to say she's frumpy, but there is certainly no zest with gray and white. It takes a hot color like my orange to turn heads. I could really accept her as she is if her clacking was not so hollow. It's more annoying than pencil drumming hack writers do when they get out of a plot hole. I would really prefer to share space with Olympia the Elder. Her strong frame and businesslike approach to marking paper is admirable. She balances strength with elegance as she lifts her carriage and speaks in senatorial. She has her own house, though, and feels quite safe there. Most of my days are spent dreaming up short stories I hope to put on paper someday. Adventures in the wild or historical fiction set in the late 19th century. On a good day, I might translate one of those stories into a screenplay. Exterior, night. Our hero, Mark Adler, stops alongside a mountain road to assist a convertible. As he walks from his vintage Triumph motorcycle, he sees it is the Contessa from the nearby village. Mark, hey there, you okay? Well, you get the idea. May all your ribbons be fresh.
I love it. I love it.
Excellent. Excellent.
So Olympia the Elder is a wide carriage SM4 that has her own Pelican case and sits in the garage.
Oh, okay. Okay. Excellent.
And,
Thank you for sharing that, Paul.
The other Olympia is a B12 that I just recently got, and it is it was unexpected that the clacking on it would sound so hollow. It's almost like the platen is a hollow tube or is thinner in some respect. So it has a kind of a sharp sound, but not quite as crisp as the SM4, which has the platinum's a little bit hard, but doesn't ring hollow. So I haven't quite figured out why that is or how to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay. Paul,
Yeah.
whereabouts are you?
Sorry?
Whereabouts in the world are you?
San Diego.
Okay. If you can score a used We Are Memories typewriter at a strip sale, garage sale, or whatever, those platen are nice and soft. They will just switch straight out with the platen on the Olympia B12.
Oh,
Literally,
wow.
I've done it.
That's
Because-
fantastic.
Because the Olympia B12, it was made for Olympia by Nakajima in Japan, and those platens get hard as rock. The We Are Memory Keepers, made for Michaels, were a Chinese clone of the Nakajima All, aka the B12, and the platen just swaps right out. No need to get it
Wow.
resurfaced or anything like that.
Wow. That's golden. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's-
the platen on the B12 went off the scale on my geometer, but the We Are Memory Keepers coded in at about 88 on the Shore A hardness. Switched it out, and it's just a dream to type on.
wow. Okay. Thank you, because I've tried padding up the paper, and that helps a little bit. It feels like it just sounds cheap, you know.
Yeah, and also I managed to score a copy of Howard Hutchinson's typo repair book, and the last segment is a full detail tune-up on the Olympia B12.
Oh,
And some of the tolerances in that have to be plus or minus 0.005 of an inch in order for it to work properly.
Oh, wow.
So you need a good set of feeler gauges, like especially the tab brake.
okay.
If it's set too tight, the carriage drags. If it's set too loose, it zings too fast.
Mm.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one arrived in pretty good condition. The shift height was off, so uppercase was. I don't think it was only half hitting the ribbon. So I adjusted the height, and of course, I moved the wrong screws, and I had to basically adjust both lower and uppercase from scratch. But for
another issue with those is that the ribbon lift can also be adjusted. You have to take the mechanism out of the case, and then there is an adjustable slider underneath. Loosen two screws, adjust it to get the ribbon lift correct.
oh, okay. Yeah, the ribbon lift is good on this one.
Okay.
On my SM4, it appears to kind of come up at an angle, you know,
Yeah.
which I expect to be normal. But sometimes if the ribbon has a little slack on it, like I've just started typing, it won't come up high enough for an uppercase, and I'll end up with just the bottom half of the character.
Yep. SM4, I have an SM7, which is why I got the 916 ribbon from Ribbons Unlimited to fully fill the lifter. Now, I do need to get the repair Bible from Ted Monk on how to tune up and adjust the SM3s and SM4s and SM7s.
Oh, okay. I'll have
Yeah.
to check that out. Right now, it's knowing about it. As long as I keep the ribbon tension at the start, just make sure everything's aligned up. There's no
Yeah.
slack. Then it types just fine. So I'm a little wary about disassembling it far enough to get at the adjustments for that.
Yeah, I
Very
hear.
pretty deep.
Yeah. Now, one quick unrelated question. Is that a tenor recorder hanging on the wall behind you?
It is.
Yeah.
Part of the recorder mafia, as you might say.
Is that an Aulos?
It's a Yamaha.
Yamaha. Okay.
Oh wait,
cool.
no, you're right. It is an Ellis.
There you go.
Yeah.
You have a good eye, William.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
it's funny though. There's actually a surprising number of people who have spotted a recorder in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I do live in a small house on a small lot, and so my opportunities to play anything louder than a whisper is pretty minimal.
Oh.
Even typing is restricted to certain periods of the day.
Oh. Well, you need to get a thermal typewriter.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you.
Oh.
I had it in college. I had an Olivetti wheelwriter, and it used the carbon ribbon, and it had a little 4K memory in it, so I could put my resume into it and actually, do a function button and print an entire resume. But one day it started typing the wrong characters, like you press an A and get an F and so on. And I took it in for repair because they actually still had repair shops then. And the repair was very simple. There was a dog hair in the wheel. So as it would count the stripes going by, there was an extra hair, and it would throw the count off, and it would land on the wrong character.
Oh my.
That's almost about as having a hair in the gates when you're trying to make a movie.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I was in motion pictures in a previous career, and so yeah, hair in the gate,
Yeah.
which is gone the way of the typewriter. The motion picture cameras are probably about 99% digital now,
Yeah.
and so you technically you still could get something behind the lens, between the lens and the CCD, but it's not going to be the little waving thing that we're all familiar with.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Yeah, and thanks again for sharing your typing prompt. That was excellent. All right. So let's see. The order has changed here a little.
Yes, I know.
Let's see. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Yes.
I've been working on my Antares Parva.
Ooh.
The feet had gone on it. When I got it, it had all 4 feet, but they were really shriveled up and very hard, and they wouldn't stay in. So I've been kind of live with that way for a long time. But then I'm going to take this on the train with Ted to go to the Albuquerque Typing.
Yeah.
So it's a new feet, these little plastic feet with I use Sugar, that moldable glue.
Yep.
Yeah.
To stick them in, and it's staying pretty good. So
Excellent.
I'm happy with that. I've been thinking about how to fix this for years since I've had it, and this is the solution I came up with. It's okay. It's okay.
Nice.
So I did that, and getting ready to take that crazy train trip to.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really insane.
I know.
It's gonna be like 6 hours of travel, 4 hours of typing, 6 hours of travel. And then on either end of that, there's a 2-hour drive from Flagstaff to Phoenix.
Oh.
So it's like 8 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
It's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Glad Ted is stupid enough to do this with me.
Oh,
We'll have a lot of fun. I think.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Very
Yeah, I
cool.
like the taking the archaic mode of transportation to do the typing.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. It seems appropriate.
Yeah, I think so.
That type in is sounding like it's going to be epic, and I sure hope Joe or someone records because I want to see it. So
Yeah, I hope to get a camera there and hopefully I can record some footage. But
that'd be great. Yeah.
well, I certainly admire you, Brian, for wanting to take the train because I like trains, but it probably would have been quicker to drive a car.
Oh, yeah, probably. But I don't want to drive a car that long. So.
No, I know. Yeah.
Ted's car, he tells me, doesn't have air conditioning.
Oh,
okay.
So I'm thinking this is the best way for us to go.
That sounds like a good way, indeed.
Yeah, I love trains too. So
Yeah.
I'm a little bit jealous, I must say.
Well, we're going to try to shoot some footage on the train, so we'll share that with you when we see.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that'd
cool.
be great. Yeah, definitely. Excellent. And anything else new with you, Brian?
Not too much. No, dog's good. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, not really. I'm boring.
No, you're never boring. You always have cool things to show us. So, yeah. All right. Let's see. Now, Joe, I did want to ask you, do you have any projects in the works as far as videos? You were talking about the whole ribbon thing. Did you make a video for that?
No, this was sitting out in Kevin's veranda at dark, after dark, and we had cigars and drinks.
Yeah.
And no, but maybe in the future I might pop one of these open and show how I did it. But I do think I'm going to do several more videos. Like I do want to compare this IBM against some Typewriter electrics because there are some similarities. In fact, yesterday morning when I typed a page on this and then I typed a page on my Smith Corona 5 TE Typewriter electric. And I had some definite comparisons, some interesting things that I noticed between them. So I think that'll make a good video. And maybe just comparing these in general with Typewriter electrics might be another video because the Selectric 70s not having a correction, a liftoff correction, it becomes kind of more like a electric typewriter machine in that respect. With the only real difference is the interchangeable type elements, right? So anyways, that'll be some more videos about that. I just got in a Mint. So this is an electronic flash unit for a Polaroid SX70. It's a new flash made for the Polaroid SX70. So I'm going to do a video about that. Not typewriter related, but that's going to be fun. And another photography video thing is I have a pinhole camera that Nick Dvoracek sent me, and I have to put a roll of film in it and go out on a little day trip and shoot some pictures. So I'll do that soon too. Yeah.
Excellent.
But that's about all I have planned. I don't actually oftentimes don't plan videos well ahead of time. It's just sort of something pops up and then I do it. So it's very spur of the moment with me actually. So
yeah.
But anyway, this was a fun machine to take out last night. It's heavy, but it's not actually, I don't think it's as heavy as my KMM. Maybe they're close, but anyways.
Yeah. I definitely want one of those, especially after the videos you've made. Yeah.
They're pretty fun.
Even the one about the broken type balls and how to get those to work,
Well, it's interesting. As we were talking here this morning, I was wanting to put on this dual Gothic type element. And I have the original box for it, and it had a broken clip. So I'm actually running this one with the spring manually installed right there on top. Anyways, you can see that. So you just got to get a little pair of screwdrivers or whatever to unclip it to remove it, but it's not too bad. Yeah. It certainly saves throwing them away because they do sell these type balls online still, new old stock, and they're like $50 a piece. So they're kind of pricey.
Yeah,
So I like to save them if I can and get them running again. So
definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
So one thing I was talking to Kevin about last night is using the cloth ribbons. I don't really know how dirty the type elements are going to get with ink, but I think it's a good idea to probably wipe them down with a cloth after you use them.
It seems like it'd be much easier to do that because you can take it off
Yeah.
and just wipe it.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
They do get clogged.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Hi, Ted.
Hi,
How are you
Ted,
doing?
I'm doing good.
Ted
All
sounds
right.
like he's talking from experience.
Yes, well, I have got 2 of those 721s, and I've had them
Okay.
for years and years, and yeah, they get clogged up.
Yeah.
You get, and you have to be careful taking the balls off because they're covered with ink.
Yes.
And
That's
That's
true.
right.
yeah,
That's
so
true.
You
you'll
get
that all over your
fingerprints.
hand.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Anyways, that's about all for me, I guess. Nothing really to say.
Okay. Well, it's always good to see you, Joe.
Thanks. Good to see you guys.
Excellent. Neil, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've been having internet issues the last 3 weeks. I try to get on and off, and very frustrating. So right now I have an iPad leaning up against my 27-inch iMac computer. Whatever, it's working. So
Yeah.
we're doing good. I don't know. Joe should have been an employee of General Motors or one of the big 3 automobile manufacturers, because I swear he does a few videos and I feel like I've got to get that machine.
Yep.
And so I actually have one on the way. So we'll see. But it's as he mentioned, it's really encouraging to know there's a machine out there that you can use a good old fashioned ribbon in just a different way. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah. So we'll see what condition it arrives in. I picked up now I'm not like Susan and some of the rest of you that finds these $15 typewriters, but I came across this
Ooh.
other Hermes 3000 a few weeks back. It's got the blue body, of course, but it's an amazing machine. Just types really, really well.
So pretty, Neil. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, the price was a little pretty too, but I have to say that
I don't know why they just speak to me. I find them, I bring them home. They're like lost puppies. I just bring them home.
well, actually, in the scheme of things, from what I paid for other typewriters, I thought this was off Goodwill. And I thought, oh my God, I just put in my top price of what I'm going to pay. And then I walk away from it. And I thought, I know I'm not going to get that one because, you know what they're like. They're just crazy. And lo and behold, I got an email. Congratulations, you've won. So I was thrilled with what I got it for, but it wasn't $15. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It's
machine.
lovely. I love it.
Yeah. And it's in really good shape too. So this whole iPad thing is a little different for me. There we go. So yeah, what else? Oh, question for you, Gregory. Is there a way to go back to the first Typewriter Club live meeting and watch them in sequential order? I tried different ways and I end up, I just can't find, I'd like to go back and do them in order, but I can't seem to find a way to do that.
Huh. You know what? I should, there is the playlist, which I'm not great at updating. I believe it has all of them except for the last few, the most recent ones. And you could probably change the order on there.
I think you might have to change the order yourself.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something I can do because that would be interesting, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, in all your spare time, you can take on that project. Yeah.
No, that's just a small thing actually. So it would be easy enough to do. Yeah,
I find
that's a great idea.
myself wanting to go back and I do go back and look at some of the, but it's pretty random. And then I'll find myself like when you see it, oh, that movie sounds good. I got to watch that. And you start watching it and you realize, but I end up watching it anyway a lot of times because
yeah.
There's the more I do this, the more I enjoy going back and looking at the older videos because there's always something. Maybe I didn't have a particular machine at the time, or my knowledge base was even less than it is now at the time. And so I find I get a lot of they're just a great resource to go back and learn from. So
excellent.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. Yeah.
And I have a quick question for Ted. You don't have to answer it now. We can do it offline. But I'm trying to upload some information to the database. I was able to go in and make an entry, but when I try to upload the photos, I think it may be because the photos I have are in perhaps too high resolution. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Is that the problem?
Yeah, they need to be about 1 megabyte, about a little over 1,000 pixels wide or tall.
Is there a simple way in a sentence or two you can tell me how to do that? If I take a picture with my iPhone, you
can't resize it on an iPhone. It's just I don't know how iPhones work. So
medium size is what I've had good luck with.
Okay, there you go. You can do that. You can also there's services you can use to throw photos through and they'll resize them for you. There's a link. Actually, this is a problem that's common enough that I have to have a link actually on the page for where you're uploading stuff. It says if your picture is too big, use this service to shrink them. But yeah, it's just because for security reasons, I don't allow like 5 megabyte upload or gigantic iPhone photos. It's just too much for the server.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
And Neil, if you do need help, you can reach out to me and I can assist you as well with the resizing because I have like all kinds of like graphic software. So
okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I was just going to show you guys one little thing. This is, I know a lot of you talk about how you take a full size sheet of paper and cut it in half, or maybe even those sketch pad papers and cut them in half and use them. And I found this at, it's probably old news to everybody, but I found this at the Salvation Army thrift store the other day. Just a little plastic and little razor cutter in here. So you slide your paper in there wherever you want it and just zip it across. It'll do like 3 or 4 sheets at a time. It's really handy. It clips right into a 3-ring binder.
Nice.
I got it for $1. I got a couple of them actually, but it's made by Fiskars is the name of it.
Oh wow. And that was $1?
Yeah. I got another one that's the other one looks larger and more beefy, but this one here actually seems to work better than the other one. It's just anyway, pretty cool thing. So
that's very cool.
That's about it. I didn't do a typing prompt. One of these days I'll get around to doing it, but
it's okay. More important is you being here. So
yeah, I appreciate it. It's good to see everybody. So
good to see you too.
Let someone else go.
All right. It looks like Ted's working on something, so we can come back to him if you'd like. But how are you, Ted?
I am fine. I'm working on my typing prompt.
Ooh, so maybe we should come back to you?
You should come back to me.
Okay, we will do that.
Although I will ask Joe a question.
Yes, go for it.
Joe, that thing you sent me, Able Prime?
Yes. Yep.
Is that something that I can include on a future episode of my correspondence series along with the other conspiracy stuff that I've got?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Oh yeah,
That's
I'm glad you got
really
it.
Put the cherry on top.
What did you think of it?
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
No, I sent you a letter, so
Okay, good.
you should.
Good. Looking forward to it.
You should know what I'm thinking about.
Okay, good. Shortly, I will.
It.
Yes.
We got some real X-Files stuff going here.
Oh,
Yeah, true to life X-Files. It's
Yep,
not
yep.
fictional. Yeah.
Oh, it's. I mean, this whole
Yeah.
CD is going to be true to life X-Files stuff.
Ooh.
So it's
I'm
it'll
looking
probably
forward
end
to
up
it.
being episode 7 or 8. So you guys got to get pretty far into my correspondence series before you're going to get that episode.
Okay. We will look
Fantastic.
forward to it, though.
Yep.
The truth is out there.
The truth is out there.
Or in this case, the truth is under there.
Right here on Able Prime.
Yes, that's right.
Oh man. Excellent. All right. Robert, how are you doing?
Well, hello, good evening to all of you. Here it's evening in Germany, nearly same as in Ireland. Well, some shout outs. First, Neil, I got your letter and I knew about your wonderful blue Hermes 3000 before. Thank you very much for your letter, and the answer is in work. Thank you, Neil. I love
Welcome. That
letters.
was much quicker than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Okay, haven't understood only half of it, because as you know, always I have a bad connection here. Then I have for Susan something. Sometimes we have some things in common. I have to turn around my no, it was a false one. No, it was right. Oh, stop. Wait. So, Susan, are you here?
She is, yes.
Okay. So now we open this magic. How is it said in English? It's a travel bag or something. And what's in? It's in. There's a Hermes 3000.
Oh, look,
I've
a
received
wide
it.
carriage too.
Yeah, it's a wide carriage too. It has a bit an issue. The carriage isn't moving in the middle, so I have to do some work on it. But well, we both have a Hermes 3000 wide carriage, but I don't have the fine cover you have. But it was also a fair price. I think it was 40 euros. That's not bad, I think.
No, I don't have the case that you have. This one didn't come with a case. And
Yep.
it's the same size as my Hermes 10, but the angle of the carriage return lever is different, so it won't fit into my Hermes 10 case.
Well, I think here the spring is missing.
Oh.
And I think this case here is not original. I think it was just a travel case or something the pre-owner used.
So now I'm going to be looking for a travel case.
Yeah.
Something like that. It's like a suitcase, like a little one. There's nothing, no notes, and here are some belts for securing. I think it's a normal travel bag, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe Hermes, but well, I have to do some
research. My Hermes 10 has a case. It actually has a hard plastic case that's similar to the case that I have for my Galaxy 12, actually, although it doesn't, it's just square, and it actually has Hermes like with little letters on the top of the case.
Yeah.
And it's the same size, and I was really hoping that case would fit, but it doesn't. But it doesn't matter. $15. What does it matter?
Exactly.
Yeah. This one here is in a bit rougher shape than my other Hermes 3000, but I think I can work it out. You see, there's many of these tip eggs, but it works. So a good catch, I think, for low money.
Yeah.
Good to have it. Nice.
Very nice.
Well, then I have to. I don't know. I think Neil said it about Joe Van Cleef. Joe, you really should go and selling something, because by your recommendations, I was searching and found this piece here.
Well, let's blame Ted Monk, because he's the guy that got me started in these thermal typewriters.
Okay, so both of you are guilty.
Yes, we're guilty.
It's really a fine machine.
And that's the very same machine that started me on the path too. So
wow.
It's just seeing that thing on a thrift store shelf, I was just like, what the heck is that?
Same I had as I have received it, and I really love it because I'm only using it with thermal paper. I don't have a cartridge for the ink, but even the typeface is really like an old dot matrix printer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really a travel to the past, to my past. As I was working with the Commodore C64 and a matrix.
Yeah.
And
That was
this
a good
one is a bit.
imitation.
It's not so
pretty good.
noisy, but I love it. But
Same.
is it possible? Is it possible? I have it only running on batteries. That this piece is a battery eater.
No, it'll run forever on batteries.
Okay, so then I have bad batteries. I bought them in a really bad shop for no really low price, and after maybe 3 or 4 pages, when the carriage went back, I had on the display battery low, and I thought that couldn't be possible.
Yeah,
But,
get some good batteries. I stuck a set of energizers in mine and ran it for a year.
Okay, so I have to do
on
that.
that, and it just they sip the battery juice.
Yeah, and
Okay, so
I've been running mine on rechargeables, and they work pretty good too.
okay, so it depends on the batteries because they're really it's a bad shop for that's just for working out to check it out because there was no power supply. How is it in English for the piece? You know what I mean. And so it's just running on batteries, but I will try to get a power supply piece and running on the wall. It's better, I think, and battery only if I'm on tour. But I love this piece. It's really fine. Thanks for the inspiration. And so normally I said I don't want to have an electric typewriter. I said I want the purity of manual typewriters, and now I have one here. And please don't get me wrong, but I think sooner or later there will be a Selectric here too. It's electric, so I have to get one, and I think it's a matter of time, and it will happen. I think so. Okay,
excellent.
That was this. Then you want to see what I have found too. I want to make it short, and I'm so happy that my connection is still stable.
Yeah.
Everyone knows this case here. It's normally an Olympia Traveler or Traveler Deluxe.
Yeah.
Plastic. And this one is a special one because, no, not because it's orange. No.
Oh.
It's it's a Russian or Cyrillic typeface.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, okay. We don't talk about politics. But really, I like the Russian language. I like the voice of Russian language. And one of my things to learn was to learn Russian. And I think the best way to learn the alphabet of the Russian, or it's in Ukraine, it's the same alphabet. So no matter. I think the best is to have a typewriter to learn with. And here we are.
That's wonderful.
Fantastic. It's almost red.
Yeah, it's you could say it's a sharp between red and orange, as they are all very colorful. These it's my third one. I have an Olympia Traveler in green, one in white and brown. They are really fine, and I can really recommend these machines. It's a modern machine. I think it's from '79, but it works really fine. It's a really fine, good typer for being on tour. Even here with this little ding da.
Yeah.
And the typewriter, the Deluxe, has, you see, it's a unit. So this it's a factory name in Yugoslavia, in former Yugoslavia, and they built for Olympia later, the Olympia Traveler Deluxe. And the Deluxe version is the one with the ribbon selector and with this thing spring-loaded. The other one has to go by hand. And you have a touch selector in here for the resistance a bit. Really a fine machine in Europe. Sometimes you get them with a normal typeface for 15, 20 euros. And it's really a fine typer. It bases on the Olympia Splendid. And the Splendid is a bit more wobbly than this one. I prefer this one over the Splendid.
Interesting.
That's the type, the Deluxe. What else do I have here? You see it maybe. I don't want you now to sing, but I have to say it because It happened yesterday. Yesterday it was my 59th birthday, and as a birthday present, I received this. My wife is sometimes a bit ambivalent about my addiction to typewriters, but she supported it, and she gave me this little chest of secrets. Let's open it together. It doesn't squeak, and I only put on the main piece of it out of it. It's this.
Oh,
I think you say for printing seals.
yeah.
And what else is seal is the right word, is it? And one thing is also beautiful with this. There are many kinds of different like candles, so you can print them in wax candles in different color.
Yeah.
And others, they are more like plastic. It gives a harder seal. So I have to work out which works with the delivery by mail service, which doesn't work. But we'll check it out. And this little beauty here is so cute. I was so happy about it because it's just sweet or cute. This one is a little burner.
Oh, cool.
Like a lamp. And here's a little.
So cute.
Yes. And here's a little spoon where you can warm up the wax or whatever you are using for printing your seals. Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
What a perfect gift.
That's nice.
Yeah. Fröhlicher Geburtstag.
Dankeschön,
Oh.
Dankeschön, vielen Dank. And, and last but not least, from the uncle of my wife, I received, what did I receive? You see it. It's a typewriter. He found it in his basement, in the basement of his house. And this one have a little history. Just get it out of here. It has a little history. You see, it's an Olympia SM2, I think, no tabulator. Quite rough shape. I have to work on the rubbers. The carriage doesn't work, but I know this already. But the interesting thing is here. Here's a stamp. It means a property of the county Offenbach. He was working as a school teacher and found this many years ago in the basement of the school, and they were supposed to be thrown away. And so he saved it. And now it's in my possession. Are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. There are some little issues, but okay. Well, I think that these are quite nice birthday presents.
Yeah.
For someone who likes typewriters.
My goodness. Yeah.
Well, now turn yourself back on so you can see this old man with 59 years. Okay.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ausgezeichnet.
Ja, schön, danke. And one thing I have also found I liked very much. I've received a letter. I don't know from whom. I have to look back. He sent me from, I think it's from the Outside Post. He sent me this, and I loved it. It was an old IBM card where and this one was, and they're really interesting. I think it's also a piece of time. You see.
Oh.
And on the back side, it's really fun to use for writing little letters or something like this. And I received one with a letter on the back side. So I thought it was so creative and I loved it. Well, just nothing to say. Typewriter is a great thing. I have so many letters here and many to answer. So please, everyone listening, be patient. It will be worth it.
The punch card is pretty interesting. I had worked at Universal Studios around 2004, 2005, and in the data center was a punch card reader, and I thought it was just there as scrap metal until one night I was working late, and there was someone running a job on the punch card reader for payroll.
Okay. I just give me 2 seconds, then I go to my desk, then I can show you some other cards. I'll find that.
Robert always has lots of interesting things to show us. Oh man.
While you're looking, Robert, I was going to mention on your thermal typewriter, I had an experience similar to that with one of the Canons that I have, and I ended up cleaning the contacts with some.
Oh, now I blow it.
Error matter of a bad connection, so could be possibly maybe that's what your issue is. I don't know, of course, but might be worth a try.
I think we didn't catch what you cleaned it with. Neil?
Yeah.
I think we didn't catch what you cleaned it with.
Just alcohol and a cotton swab.
Oh, okay. Okay. So just clean the battery contacts?
Yeah, that it
Okay.
worked.
All right. Yeah, so go ahead and try that, Robert.
So now I'm back, but I haven't found it in my chaos. So next time I will show you.
Oh,
I
okay.
have the same card because by the inspiration, as I received this card, I thought it's a great idea. And so I was looking around and found some sellers of these cards in a pack of about 100 pieces for really low money. And now I have two sorts. I have one sort is the IBM punch card, and one which is more in the blue. It's from the former Democratic Republic of Germany. So it's, I think, Robotron or something like this. Maybe Martin, I think he's now on the channel.
Yeah,
Can
I'm
talk
here.
more about it.
You mean-
Yes, something like that, exactly.
Yeah.
So, well, I think that's all for me now, and I'm so glad that my connection has been alive and stable.
Yeah.
I was thrown out 3 times before, so thanks for all for listening, and I will now go back and listen to you playing
All
with
right.
guitar, but not for you. I'm a lousy guitar
Oh.
player.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Yeah, thank you to all, and as I said, always thanks for doing this, Gregory. It's
You're
really
welcome.
one of my favorite things on Sundays. To
Oh.
be here, gathering with you and talking about the things we love, and it's
Excellent.
always great and a pleasant pleasure. So
Excellent.
thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Sarah, we haven't seen you in ages. How are you?
Sarah!
Yay!
Hi, I'm
Yay!
Hello. I gotta do the Rose Festival wave.
You even did your hair up just for this, Sarah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
I did what? I grew my hair out
You,
for it?
no, you even did your hair up for today. Look, it looks beautiful. I mean, you're always beautiful, but it looks good.
This old thing, I only wear this when I don't care how I look.
Oh.
How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good now that you're here.
It's good to see you guys. I was just typing Sean a message. Do you have a Royal Vogue there?
I have a Royal. It's not a Vogue, though, unfortunately.
Oh man, I'm on the
Okay.
hunt.
Yeah.
I'm on the hunt.
I have a Vogue, but this is not a Vogue.
Oh,
Okay.
that
wish
is a
it was.
beautiful. That's a beautiful machine you have there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think David at Austin Typewriters has got one he's trying to sell.
How much?
I didn't ask because I
Is
knew
it-
it would be more than I could afford.
If it's Vogue,
$50?
yeah.
You just put it up.
I'm very willing to pay $50, so you just let me know.
No, he just put it up. He just posted it somewhere that I saw, and I asked, and he just
Hey.
said, "You know, these are very expensive these days." I'm like,
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, good.
What is that? David Torres is selling it?
Yeah, I believe that's where I saw it just this week.
I'll have to go bug him. Of
Yeah.
course, he'll just be like, "Give me it."
Oh man, please.
That guy. He'll be
Where
like,
am I supposed to start for you?
$1,000.
Yeah.
$1,000, please.
Yeah.
1,000 would be low.
That would be cheap. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I'm on the hunt. I'm on the hunt. So
You never know. You never know.
never know. I think the
Sarah-
best place. Go ahead.
Where are you located?
I'm in San Jose, California.
Okay, you said Rose Festival Parade. I'm like, are you in Portland? Okay, never mind.
I was born and raised in Portland.
Oh,
and
okay.
and my Auntie Gwen was a Rose Festival princess in the 60s.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
So
very different now than it used to be for sure.
that's what I've heard. I haven't been back in about 10 years. I got stuck down here for, child custody reasons and my ex and all that. So I'm stuck in California, but I was born and raised in Portland. I was actually born in a little house. I was born at home. and spent most of my life in Portland. So I love the Rose Festival.
Small
Yeah.
world.
What part of
Yeah.
town? What part of town did you?
Southwest mostly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then I lived in Southeast when I was, in my 20s, 30s, up in Hawthorne area. Trying to remember the streets now, but yeah,
Yeah.
good memories for sure.
I've always lived in the Hawthorne area, actually, except for
Really?
now. Well, almost
Oh.
always, yeah. We're on chit chat, right? We're not on specific typewriter. Is this the, are we
You
on?
can talk about whatever you want to. Yeah,
Oh,
I've got
okay,
typewriters, but why not? Yeah.
Oh, no. I just remember that we're changing. How are we changing it, Gregory?
Well,
Where did-
today is Typewriter Club Live, but again,
Okay. Oh, I'm cleaning mine right now. Getting her ready for the street.
Where are you now, Sam?
I'm up on 62nd, almost by Foster. I just moved here about 2 months
okay.
ago, but I
Okay.
was always on, I was always like Belmont, Hawthorne area, except for a brief time in Southwest.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was up in Mount Tabor for a while, right next to it, like on, I think it was like Belmont and 60 something. I can't remember exactly. Yeah.
I'm a little further south, but I'm really close to Mount Tabor.
Oh,
as well,
cool.
where they're setting fires suddenly.
No.
Yesterday was like, oh my God, who opened the doors to the crazies?
Who let the
It was
dog
just
out?
nuts down at Market. Oh my God. We had a guy by Skidmore Fountain. I'm a Portland Saturday Market vendor. And went to go use the bathroom. And I came back and there's this skinny man, half painted in blue, with his package wrapped up in something tied underneath his crotch with a tennis ball in his butt. And he was messing with it. And I'm like, yeah, someone's got to do it. And the security was like, yeah, we're waiting for the police now. Oh my God. It was like that on both sides, all kinds of craziness yesterday.
Wow.
It was insanity. And we're just looking, going, okay, as long as he doesn't have a machete, because we've had a couple machete incidents in the last month.
A guy with a tennis ball in his butt is not going to have a machete. One or the other.
That might
One
be
or the
true.
other.
The other one certainly did. One guy, I watched it go down. He was brandishing a machete in one hand and a sword in the other, and he's yelling. And they blocked him off on NATO, which is like the main street right there where he's standing by the
NATO
park.
Mhm.
And he's surrounded, and they're tasing him, and it doesn't faze him. And so finally, he turns and runs, throwing down his machete and his sword, and he jumps in the Willamette. And he's swimming, and here comes a jet skier going, are you in trouble? Do you need help? And everybody's on the ridge, and they're going, no, don't take him up.
Don't help him.
No. And last week and a week before, the security guards were following a guy. He had a machete in his backpack through the market. Security guards are following from a respectable distance. Suddenly the guy turns, whips it out, and goes to hit the guy in the neck. And he puts his hand up, and bam, got sliced. And I only saw the ambulance. And I'm just like, oh my God, what's happening here? We're just barely holding it together at the market, like the most beautiful. But
I'm
yeah,
so sorry to hear that it's gotten that bad. My dad and his partner have kind of been telling me that, don't come back to Portland. It's not what you remember. And it's really sad to hear that. I mean, in San Jose, the crime is really high. And I work for the DA's office and transcribe like body worn camera footage. And I get to see a lot of these major crimes happening. And what you're describing is just so much like San Jose. And it's just sad to hear that about Portland, because I love that city, and unfortunately, yeah.
I just saw the whole listing of how many people from what cities moved to Portland in like the last 5 years. And California is way above everybody from any other state.
Oh yeah.
Like in the tens of thousands. So, when they got tired of San Jose and everything, they must have come up here.
Well, I mean, I have friends who sold a house here in San Jose and bought 2 houses in Portland. I mean, it just makes you sick, right? Because your rent is already so high and the real estate has skyrocketed, but it's the truth. Yeah.
That's why a fellow vendor rescued me about 2 months ago and gave me this attic where I'm staying right now.
That's good.
And I'm making it work. He gave me a fantastic price and help around the house. It's better than the last place that I had to move to. My Hawthorne guys sold the house, so I
Wow.
had to move after 18 years. But anyway,
So sorry.
it's ridiculous. Rent for those of us who are artists who make our life in the art, music, drama, whatever. It's like impossible anymore. You know,
Yeah.
1-bedroom apartment, they're asking $1,800, and
Yep.
you know, we don't make that much money. And they're like, well, go get a job. It's like, this is my
It's
job.
like that's and the pay isn't high enough in Portland to really justify that. I mean, I pay $2,000 a month, or no, $2,100 now a month for a 1-bedroom in San
That's what I
Jose.
make. That's what I make in a month if I'm lucky.
Yeah,
But
it's crazy.
I can't complain too much because all those people with all the money, they're the ones who can afford what I do. So any money, a lot of the monies that come in, they're people who can afford to pay, you know, $45 for a henna body art, or plunk down $30 for a poem.
Yeah. Well, hopefully
so
over time
anyway,
things will balance a little bit more.
I'm
But
sticking it out here as long as I can. Yeah.
yeah, it's a beautiful city. I mean, it's unfortunate that it's gotten like that, and I feel badly for you, you know, but it sounds like you're making a go of it.
Do you remember the hostel on Hawthorne? There's been a hostel there for a long time, old building right past 30th and Hawthorne.
Okay. I'm not sure.
I drove past there yesterday and it's like, where's the hostel? Bam, all the way down to the bottom. And they don't look for archaeological evidence. I always want to go poke around and see if I can find any cool archaeological pieces, but nope, it's just gone. Like so many things, they're just gone. You go down and it's like, I get lost. I can't find anything. I'm going to be in the Pearl today, and it doesn't look like it used to.
I mean, the Pearl was being changed, you know, 10 and 15 years ago. It was getting all industrial and super fancy, you know, housing complexes.
Yep.
It didn't look anything like how it used to be when it was an arts district. It was just nothing.
No. At least I left the cobblestones. It's Art in the Pearl this weekend, and I'm cleaning up my typewriters. One of the paper stores said, yes, we would love to have you do poems in front. So I'm just kind of shining some stuff up here and be going in a bit.
Good for
you. But anyway, thanks. If you ever come back, look me up and see if I'm still here.
We'll do. I'll buy a piece of your art.
Oh, yeah, come down and get a henna or a poem or something.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Well, I should probably update you guys real quick on my typewriters and then give someone else a turn. So, yeah, I've acquired a couple since I've been on. It's been a long time since I've been on the show here. Let's see. I have a what is it now? A torpedo that somebody found for me last week, and it's so beautiful. It was, you know, it belonged to like the owner's aunt, and this friend of mine sent me a text, and this, you know, that's going to make everybody groan, but she said, hey Sarah, what do you think of this? There are these 2 typewriters for $20. And I was like, jump on it, you know. I said, I don't care about that Royal Futura in gray, but I need the torpedo. Had never had a torpedo before, and this thing was like immaculate considering the age. It's beautifully wrapped up, and so I'm gonna pull it out of here and show it to you guys. I'll be a little awkward doing this, but I'll do my best. But it had the cover. It had, you know, like the vinyl cover with it. It had the original manual, the brush, all the goodies. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, hold it up here like that. Woo! And even
nice plaid.
Yeah, nice bag, right? Take this out of here. She's like, oh, you know, the stitching is coming loose on the zipper. Do you still want it? I'm like, yeah.
It's all about the typewriter.
Look at this beauty.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Isn't that incredible?
Immaculate.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty.
Score.
Yeah, it's a beautiful machine. The typeface is really pretty. I like it. It's like a little bit more kind of thick and cozy looking. It's a pica. I forget what it's called. Let me double check. There's a manual here. Oh, sorry, I don't want to waste everyone's time. It's
no, not at all.
Let's see here. Pica Imperial.
Okay.
It says neat and legible.
Ah, nice. Yes.
And then you see what they put in the bottom? It's funny. It says Elite Imperial often desired.
Yeah.
I thought that was very amusing.
Did that say typefaces for every use? Is that what it said?
I might have said that. I mean, you know, you just love the marketing.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's say, yeah, typefaces for every use. Here we go.
Ooh, look at that for private correspondence. Nice.
I know, right?
Yeah, I like that they list it.
Now, what's interesting is that this one came from a shop in San Francisco, California. And I don't know if it's really interesting, but because I live in the Bay Area, but this actually stayed in the Bay Area. You know, a lot of typewriters, just a second, I got to put this down. You know, they end up in another part of the world.
Exactly.
So you don't end up keeping it in the same region, but this one did stay in the same region. So that was pretty cool.
Wow.
And then I also got what is this? This is one I've always wanted. And this came from Thomas Zach. You guys have probably heard of him. Maybe not. I don't know. He's in where is he? He's across the pond. Way across the pond. There we go.
Oh,
No.
my
Beautiful.
goodness.
This is the Optima Elite 3. My hair is getting stuck on it. Thanks. Here you go. This thing is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I love me a good German machine, you know? So that's it. Other than that, I've been sort of hunting for some special machines for a really special guy in my life. We'll see what happens. But there's one particular, there are two that are kind of his dream machines, and one of them I think I've been able to find, but the other one I haven't had any luck with. So
okay.
crossing fingers. I'll have to go talk to David Torres to see if he'll.
Yeah.
But you know, it's kind of fun.
Yeah. Now, how many typewriters are in your collection now?
Whew. You know, it's always a good sign when you don't know for sure.
Yeah.
When I started doing this, I made myself a promise, 10 tops. And if I acquired more than 10, I had to sell one. It was going to be, you know, in and out like that. Since that time, 2 years and 4 months or so ago, I've had maybe 53 typewriters, and I'm down to about 24, 25 now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, respectable amount.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
yeah. And I really kind of stopped acquiring them for, I want to say like a year. And then I kind of got sucked back in again.
Typewriter collector's plan. God laughs.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. I think it's been humbling. I've learned how much I don't know, you know. I think since I started out, I was giving a lot of advice, and then I kind of met people who knew things way beyond what my knowledge was, and it kind of made me go, okay, well, maybe I need to take a step back and just be kind of quiet and watch this for a little while and learn. And there are still things that I don't feel comfortable doing. I don't feel comfortable removing a platen. I know it's an Achilles heel for me, and I don't like replacing a drawband. It's something I really get nervous about, but you know, one of these days I'll get there.
But you know, I remember when you first came on here, I think you had been into typewriters maybe 6 months, and you were already like doing crazy like maintenance on typewriters, and
I was already
like,
tearing
wow.
them apart. I think like I got my first one from the Netherlands, that beautiful red Voss, and then I said, oh, I got to get something else, and I got myself a Royal, one of those little guys that Gregory Short likes, that you like.
Oh, the companion.
No.
Or the Royalite.
The Royalite, yeah.
Okay.
I got myself a little green Royalite for like $60 on eBay. Tore the whole thing apart, you know, gave it a rubber ducky bath and the whole bit. And that was right around the time I think I joined up with you guys. And then I was starting to I was just accumulating like broken machines just to experience different ones and kind of compare and contrast. And now I'm kind of like stepping away from this idea of washing typewriters. Before I was really into it. Now I'm like, I gotta be careful. So, you know, learning as I go. Learning.
Yeah. Well, even May Travis, she stopped doing the rubber ducky time. So
Really?
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's surprising.
I know. She practically invented it.
Yeah, she did. Well, I felt like, you know, if you can't consistently dry them right away, you're really risking rust and other damage. You have to be so careful about what you're doing.
Exactly.
And there was a certain part of me that just wanted to like dive in and do crazy stuff. And then I realized, well, okay, maybe I'm going a little too crazy here.
So I saw Bob Marshall had a short video last week, a little tip that's a great cleaning tip. He takes Q-tips and he chucks them into a Dremel moto tool. And he puts alcohol on it and he uses that to get in and like clean the sides of the type bars and all the little crevices. So there's a good alternative right there.
Yeah, that's clever. I mean,
this little tool.
Yeah. One thing I've learned from my friend Tom is that you don't want to use Q-tips as much as you do the wooden swabs with the cotton on the end that you can get at, I forget what it's called. Harbor Freight sells them for like $5 for a big bag of them. And those are much, the cotton that's on them is much tighter. It doesn't come off, so you don't have fuzz everywhere.
Yes.
Right? So I've had good success with that. Yeah. So it's just like mineral spirits and those swabs with the wooden ends on them, and you know, yeah.
Excellent.
Anyway, I'll let you guys get back to it. Thanks for letting me share. It's really nice to see you all. I love seeing all your sweet faces.
Oh, it's very, very nice to see you again, Sarah.
Yes,
definitely. All right. It looks like Ted is done with his typing prompt. Maybe I don't see a paper. There we go. Do you care to share it, sir?
Would I care to share it? I don't know if I care that much.
Oh.
Oh, what do my typewriters do while I'm not around? Is that what's the?
Yes.
Okay, I think I got it right. I didn't look at it. It's like, oh, do I remember it? Can I remember it? Test my skill. What do my typewriters do while I'm not around? They seize up if they're IBM Selectrics. I admit to neglecting my Selectrics for long periods of time. So when I want to get one on the desk, I have to pick one, skin it, and take it out to the garage to run some solvent through the interposers and blow out the dust. Even covered, my machines gather microscopic desert dust so fast that just a couple of months of disuse will seize one. It is a constant struggle to keep Mothra, the Selectric composer, running. It is just one of the things you get used to if you're going to intermittently enjoy a Selectric. Well worth it, though. The experience is like no other in the world.
Excellent.
There you go. I used a special typeface.
Oh, let me zoom in on that. Let's see. There we go. Ah, yes. I like that typeface. Very nice.
Printing and publishing number 2.
The bleeding paper too is pretty awesome. I love
that.
Found a box of that. That was nice stuff. It's a Gilbert New Tech, 25% cotton.
Ah,
beautiful
paper. It takes the Selectric carbon ribbons really well.
Excellent.
That desert comment reminded me about how typewriters from the desert are so much better than typewriters from wet places.
Yeah, they're nice and dry. They don't get rusty. They don't get mold.
Yep. I was telling a friend about that, and I said, man, Joe Van Cleve and Ted Monk, those guys have really struck gold when they're, you know, and Brian, like they're in the desert, so they get really good quality machines.
Yeah, I didn't really realize how lucky I was, you know, finding pristine machines in thrift stores for $5 for years and years until I started buying on eBay. And then I was getting machines from other places, and it's like, oh, these smell funny. Rust on them. What's up with this white stuff on the keys?
Yeah,
it never happens here. So I stopped buying typewriters on eBay.
Yeah,
that was a very short time when I did that.
Okay. And is there anything new with you, sir?
Well, we're about to go on a train trip.
Nice.
To Albuquerque.
Yeah.
We're gonna spend the majority of 2 days traveling to the type in where we will spend 4 hours and then immediately get on a train again.
Are you going for the balloon festival?
No, we're going for the type in
Oh,
Albuquerque.
okay.
The Joe's
There's a
song, so.
balloon festival in like, I don't know, 10 days, something like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, first week in October.
I'm sure Joe will film it and make a
Yeah,
video like he
sometimes.
does every year.
I've been going to it since I was in high school, though, so it's kind of like, oh, another balloon fiesta. Oh well.
Oh, it's content.
Yeah, it's content. That's right. Well, hope you guys have a great train trip, at least.
We will. That's it. We've decided that it's the destination that is the reward, or not the trip that is the reward.
The trip, yes.
Well, you guys should be able to catch the dinner on the way back, because I think when it leaves Albuquerque going west at 5:15, you get the dinner hour in the dining car.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We'll have to see how the typewriters fare on the train.
I was going to ask about that because it seems like it's going to be bumpy.
I don't think that's going to be so much a problem but maybe people will object to the noise.
Oh, trains are noisy, so I don't know. I think you'll be okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So. Yeah.
We'll see. We will test the waters.
Depends on which machine.
Do you know who Brian Sonia Wallace is?
Yeah, the guy that did
Yes.
poems on the train.
He's the
Yeah.
So I don't think he ever had any trouble with that.
Well,
Yeah, but he was making poems for people. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, but the noise is the same on the typewriter.
Well,
He was being friendly.
Ted.
We're going to be unfriendly.
Ted, all you have to do is to time your strokes with the clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack of the wheels.
That might just come naturally.
I know, huh?
That's something we're gonna have to. I'll be recording our sessions. So
Yes.
Nice.
So Ted, I wanted to let you know that I was talking to the Kittles last night. Kevin and his wife Andrea is going to pick you guys up at
awesome.
at the train
Cool.
station and drop you back. So I'll get you her number and everything. So
cool, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
That'll make things easier.
Yep.
We're gonna Uber, but
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Uber.
I don't either. I bet you Brian knows something about Uber though.
He probably does. He certainly knows more than I do about Uber. So, like, I've taken an Uber once.
Yeah.
And that was the wife did that for me.
Okay. Very cool. So you have this electric on the desk. And,
No, I have a Selectric on that little table over there.
oh, okay. And how is it? Like,
I've had it up all week. I got inspired by Joe's video on
Okay.
his Electric, and I was like, oh, dang it. I got to clean up one of my Selectrics. So I got the green 13-incher, the Selectric 2.
Yeah.
Which I got specifically because it's the smallest Selectric you can get with all of the features, like the dual pitch, direction, the 3-line spacing and or 1.5 line spacing, the express key, it's loaded. It is absolutely loaded, and it's 13-inch instead of 15-inch, so it's not the bigger one, but it's just a little bit bigger than the 11-inch. And I decided I needed one that was full featured, but I couldn't stand the 15-inchers.
Yeah.
I've already got a big, composer, so.
Yes,
I
exactly.
don't need a lot of machines that big. But I ended up looking around for that, and actually Bill done it. Mesa Typewriter Exchange found that for me. I told him I wanted one, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I got one of those," and dug it out of a pile and put a new aluminum center hub on it. So it's all set up for, it'll probably last another 80 years.
Yeah.
But it's a nice machine. It's dust.
So do you think now that you've spent some time with it, that is going to make appearances more often, or not really?
Well, I have basically set it up on its own little table. So
okay.
It has a place to live now.
Okay.
As circumstances change, my environment around me changes to suit whatever project I happen to be working on. But
exactly.
Right now it has a place to live, so it'll be there. readily available, and I've been
Yeah.
typing on it every day. So
Okay.
been going through and exercising all my balls.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. And you,
Well, you know what's funny about these is just swapping out type balls in the middle of a letter just because you can do it.
Oh yeah.
For no
Yeah.
real reason, right? Just because you can do it.
I did want to show you. You were talking about the clips in your video,
Yeah.
but I'm going to show you the clips that I use. Let's see if I have one. Yeah, there it is. They're the clips off of the first generation balls.
Oh, yes. The pinch
Which,
type, right?
Yeah, the pinch type balls
Right.
that are basically just the same as the other ones, except they have like little rabbit ears.
Yes.
So you can just grab them and pinch them open and
Yep.
just set them on there. So
Those are great kind. Those are great.
yeah. So if you find an early ball that maybe a duplicate of one you've got, I'd recommend ripping the top off.
Yep.
Of it.
They're good advice.
Cannibalizing it.
Yes.
Excellent.
And so, what else? I don't know. What else?
So you're keeping busy with your what do you call it? The correspondence series?
Oh yeah. It's Correspondent Zero book.
There you go.
All the CDs and episodes all set up. So I got 3 people or 4 people have gotten episode 4 so far. So
Okay.
and I'm up to episode 6 that I've done.
Ah,
You guys need to hurry up and write more because
I know, right?
backlog of content for you guys.
Now, admittedly, I did put out a letter to you in yesterday's mail,
Ooh,
but the mail didn't come. So that's not going to go
it's the
until
holiday.
Tuesday.
Holiday.
I think they may have taken the day off because of the heat. That would be my guess, but
Neither rain nor shine.
that's what they say, but apparently it's not true. I was
That's
so
the promise
disappointed.
anyway.
Because I even got it out early. I was like, okay, our mail has been coming earlier, so I'm gonna get this done early. And I was excited. I got it out there, and I brought it back in at like 9:30 at night. I was like, yeah, there's no chance the mail's gonna come now. So
You bring your mail in, or does it get stolen or something? If you leave it out overnight?
you never know. I mean, we don't live in a bad neighborhood, but you never know. This is Riverside, and we have some questionable characters here. So
I have to drop mine in a lockbox. I
okay.
can't get it back after that.
Yeah.
If I say something nasty, that I'll just have to live with it. 'Cause I can't call it back. It's like email.
Now, have you been doing any like audio or music projects, anything like that?
Oh yeah, I've been doing the mixes for the correspondent series.
Yeah.
Just listening to a lot of music because people have been sending me CDs,
Yeah.
and so I've been getting a lot of interesting new music to listen to, and
Very cool.
interesting new audio files. I got a nice tape from Joe.
How was the sound quality on that tape, by the way?
It was actually pretty good. It was really good.
I did some tests and tried to figure out the best microphone to make microcassette sound a little better.
Yeah, the external microphone helps a lot because you don't get the vibrations from the motor and stuff inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. So, yeah, I've got an external microphone for mine, but I keep forgetting to use it because I'm lazy.
Yeah.
I love that. This is like the only club where people are still making mixtapes. It just makes me so happy.
I really wanted to encourage that because I was like, oh, this is such a cool thing that used to happen, and
Yeah.
I want to do that and
Yeah.
get mixtapes back, and
Yeah.
it's a fun project. So
Yeah, I was doing a deep dig on Bandcamp, which has a lot of independent music. I like to support the independent musicians. And
so is that where you're getting these CDs?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, man, a lot of people in really cool bands that and you keep their CD wrapped for some reason.
Yeah. I discovered another band. Now it's gonna be a little bit of a departure. It's considered psychedelic rock.
Okay.
But there's some definite surf rock sounds in there.
Yeah,
so
there's a very close association between those two.
Yeah. So
in fact, the band that the local band that I sent you in episode 2, they transitioned from a surf rock band to a psychedelic rock band, and then they broke up. So
okay.
it was kind of the death knell, but
yeah,
it was fun. It was a fun band.
Yeah, excellent. All right. Well, anything else new with you, sir?
Nope.
Okay.
Pretty much it.
All right. The cats are doing well.
Cats are doing great.
Excellent.
The new one has learned to curl up and sleep next to the wife.
Yeah, that's Bowie, right?
Yeah, that's the one that she bought as her emotional support cat, or not bought, but we adopted.
Yeah.
But so she was a little worried because he was not showing her the proper amount of affection, and she gets very emotional about that. And so now that he's warmed up to her a lot more. She was afraid that because she went dog sitting for 2 weeks, that he had forgotten all about her, and she was very worried about that.
Yeah, but it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out. He warmed up again, and now he's sleeping at her feet every night. So
very good.
That made her much happier.
Excellent.
He was not a defective cat.
Defective cats.
Take him out back and pop him with a 22.
Oh, don't say that.
Get a new one. See if this one works.
Oh my.
Well, Gregory, aren't you going to have some kittens pretty soon? Don't you guys have some new kittens?
We're going to, yes. We're still making the final decision, but on the 16th, the evening of the 16th, we're going to be getting them, whichever 2 we decide on. There's 4 total. One we've already said no, and it was the original favorite. It's a little tuxedo cat. Super cute. She has a white chin. Oh my goodness. But
she's a defective cat.
When we go in the room, there's like a kitten room. When we go in the room, the 3 cats would come running towards us and look at us. That one would run away and look at us like, should I be hiding from you? So we were very, very disappointed about that because we had our heart set on her, but they're all super cute. And honestly, I would love to get all 4, but we're just gonna do 2.
That's a lot. That's a lot of cats.
Yeah.
I have 3, and that's too many.
I know, huh? and Diane has 7. Yeah, Diane has 7.
Yeah, that's too many.
Yeah. Well,
especially all at once. All at once is like, oh man, that's gonna change the very chemical nature of your house.
Oh, trust me, when we walk in the house, the cat person's house,
you're gonna have to get used to all new smells.
Yeah. Especially with kittens, because there's lots of accidents going on. So
all new smells, all new stains.
Yeah.
Get them when they're a little older and they got all that training already.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we just want to have them as long as possible because we don't want to go through the heartbreak again, anytime soon. We know we will, but we want to delay it as long as possible.
Life is heartbreak.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something.
Yeah. There you go.
I am not.
Boy, it's so good to
yes, you are.
You want our views.
Yeah.
My son says, what is it in the Art of War? Sun Tzu says, expectations are the thief of joy. My God, that's like depressing.
That. I like that.
It's truth. It's truth.
Yes.
I see Sean typing away. We hope he's working on the typing prompt, but maybe not.
I am.
Oh, he is. Ooh.
I actually am already done. I'm moving on to a letter because I saw it, and I'm like, I got to respond to that sometime in this year. I can't, do a Joe completely. Like, oh, it's 2022. I'll get to those letters. No, I'm just joking, Joe. Just joking. No, actually, I'm writing Joe.
Oh, cool.
It's like when you read a book and they have a story within a story. That's sort of what's going on here right now, right? We're all talking about things, and I'm writing a letter to Joe. So it's like a story within a story, and I'm writing about what Joe and Ted were talking about. So it's a story within a story, which is sort of neat. So when Joe gets this in however long, he's going to read it and remember. And yeah, it's sort of cool. But then I'm a pretty weird guy, so maybe it's not cool at all, but it seems neat to me.
Looking forward to it. I like those kind of things.
Yeah. You can see sort of feedback of your conversation, how it was, I guess. I somebody you mentioned earlier, I think it was Neil, about how every time he watches a video online, he wants to get that typewriter, specifically this electric now. And I hate to admit it, I'm in the same boat. Like, I mean, half the typewriters I've got is because Joe had one, or Ted had it, or I saw some video somewhere, or somebody said a nice thing about it. I even buy typewriters that people hate because I've got to try to experience those typewriters myself. It's a brutal, gruesome, mean world that we all live in here, this causing each other our addictions and our problems, but I just love it.
Yeah.
At least we're not alone.
Yeah, no, we're not alone in our pain and suffering and all that.
Experience junkie.
Yeah. Like when Richard Polt wrote about the in his blog, 4 or 5 years ago, he wrote about the Cole Steel being the infamous Cole Steel, one of the worst typewriters ever made, horrible engineering, soft metal parts, stupid escapement design. I went out and bought 2 of them.
Very stupid escapement design.
And one of them absolutely sucked Bobo. And was the most horrible thing. There was nothing I could do to make it work. And the other one worked absolutely perfectly and became my comparison typewriter, so I could try to fix the one that didn't work. But no matter what, I could not get the bad one adjusted or fixed. So
you know what the difference is? There's a little rubber grommet inside the escapement that if it's dried up or missing, the escapement is completely screwed.
Oh boy.
If it has that rubber grommet, or if you replace it, it's literally a matter of spacing in between 2 things.
The wheels and stuff. Yeah.
The slider where the escapement is, it has 2 pieces that kind of slide back and forth, and there's a rubber grommet in between them. And if that's missing, it just doesn't work. And it's rubber.
Wow.
Which in and of itself is stupid. But
right.
It's a very, very simple.
You can replace it with like a small washer, and it'll work. If you replace it with another rubber grommet or a piece of leather or something like that, it'll work.
Huh. Well,
it's literally a stupid expendable rubber grommet.
Wow.
So easy to fix. Okay, well, that's good to know.
You're so stupid.
You're stupid.
Yeah, fix it and charge $100.
Yeah. I'd be like, oh yeah, I fixed a Cole Steel.
So Sean, did you throw that machine away, or you still have it?
I sold it to the broken one. I'd be all over fixing it right now if I still had it. No, I sold it to an interior decorator who was using it for staging houses. And he thought that the design and style of it was absolutely perfect for his modern staging look, because he said, no, that mid-century sort of look is really great. And I was like, have at it, man. Thing sucks. Yeah, so I had to sell it for cheaper, but yeah, the other one's great. So yeah, anyway, that's how I buy typewriters, right? You love them or you hate them. I got to try everything out so I can experience it for myself. And one thing I've learned is it's just so subjective, right? I mean, we've all talked about this before, like Royalites. I just can't stand Royalites because every time I've tried one, they're just horrible. They feel like crap. But I also know that there's good ones out there because they lived in a different climate. Maybe they were at Albuquerque and they didn't get the same kind of moisture that caused rubber to swell or whatever. So really, what people like and hate certain things, but it's just based on what they've used. And such is life.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so much fun. And I love convincing somebody who absolutely hates, let's say, a Royal Quiet Deluxe to try a Royal Quiet Deluxe again, even though 60% chance they're still not going to like it because that one will be sucky too. But sometimes you have wins.
Yeah.
I had 1940s one.
There you go. Yeah.
Skip the 1950s entirely and just get a 40s one.
Well, and you know what? That's like the last of the decent escapements that don't do the piling and the crowding this, the same way. Like for some reason they got so finicky in the 50s, so fussy. You had to be such a high class, constant rhythm touch typer that they just pile and space like, I don't know. They're just so weird.
And I'm not sure why, because the mechanics are basically the same.
Yeah. But you go back to like the P's and these things are bulletproof. I mean, they barely need any cleaning and they'll just go and they'll never do any of that.
It could be a metallurgical thing or something, but
so my Royal P, my 1927, which I have totally cleaned up and finally just got back, totally failed on me the other day after it ran beautifully the night that I brought it here and tested it all out, put it back together, brought it with, and it caught and it choked, and I looked down and see a whole word all typed on one spot, and I don't know what happened. I haven't had a chance to look. She's been such a pain in the ass. I named her Dolores because Dolores to be pain in Spanish, and I've just like boxed her up. She's going to sit by the side. But what would cause an escapement to suddenly start jamming like that? Any idea in general?
Well, did you take the whole thing apart, including the carriage and the escapement and everything like that?
Everything was taken apart like 4 months ago. I just got the feet together, finally just put it together. Ran great Wednesday night. I didn't bring a spare with me on Thursday, and I was kicking myself.
Try this. You had a thing where the feet were crumbling, right?
This is the one. Yeah.
Okay. Run through the carriage and kind of move it back and forth and see if you can see any kind of little black specks inside the rails.
Oh, no, those pieces are gone. We totally replaced them.
No, but I mean, if you had like feet coming apart, you might have had rubber pieces.
Oh.
If you had a case, it might have dripped into the, piece might have gotten into the carriage. I'm thinking obstruction. Yeah.
Well, the feet were taken off before I ever cleaned it and were never put back on. So it's on it now. Our new feet, which came from an Erica. I'm still looking. I posted on one of the typewriter things. I'm looking for a screw and one of those, weird screws. And I'll look and see. It was just horrible.
Yeah, look for something stuck inside the rails.
Okay. Yeah.
Because an obstruction would cause that sort of thing. Like it might be a little piece of paper or a little rock or something.
Yeah, I did kind of blow it out, so maybe something jammed.
Yeah.
And you tried the margin release just to make sure it wasn't a margin stuck on
it's
the right margin
release, and when I sometimes hit backspace, it just jams.
I'm going to vote for the escapement unit, which is held in by 2 screws on either side, and you have to make sure they're properly aligned left to right so that they have enough space for the dogs to pop out of the way. Might be your issue. I mean, when you take all that stuff apart and you clean it, getting it back together, unless you remembered exactly how many threads was in, left and right, both sides, could cause both of the issues you're talking
about. Right. Well, I had Tony Volappi.
That's very much, that sounds like he's right.
I had Anthony Volappi was looking over my shoulder the whole time. It was my first take apart as I'm apprenticing, and it ran fine when I brought it home Wednesday after putting the remainder of pieces back together again.
Just check the screws. I mean, because you got those little set screws and the nuts that hold everything in, and if maybe they weren't tightened enough, or it's just slid over time in a little bit of use, and then now it's locked up the dogs, and now that's why your margin won't work. That's why backspace won't work, and that's why everything's crowding up.
Oh, it was an awful night.
Just guessing.
It just made the messiest poems I've ever done. My phone was stolen 2 weeks ago, and they got in before I could stop it. And so now my Venmo's frozen, but nobody stopped to say, oh, it won't go through. So they were supposedly Venmoing, and I found out through Venmo that none of the money went through. So
I can't solve your Venmo issue. Like that's an escapement problem, but
by the end of the night, I was just like, ah.
So, yeah, when typewriters go wrong, that's one thing, but
when typewriters go wrong.
A new video series.
When typewriters go wrong.
Hey, well, I think thanks. I just want to say bye. I got to get out to the street and fix myself up and everything. But thank you for chatting today.
Yeah, thank you.
Always nice to see you again.
Nice to see
Yeah,
you.
it almost sounds
Nice
like
seeing you too.
the dog wheel or the little thing that grabs the, the little things that grab on there, the teeth. You know what I'm trying to describe? Yeah, like sometimes when the screw is not right, it'll slip out, and it could be that it just completely slipped out and it's not even catching
And off
in
on an
order to
angle a
go.
little bit.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll
But
look at it when I
stuff
have
to-
time.
Yeah.
She's gonna, what typewriters do when you don't use them, she's going to, I'm sending her to the corner and she can look at the corner and just
Yeah.
think about it.
Yes.
Until I get around. to it.
That'll learn the typewriter.
All right, folks, have a good weekend.
Thank
See you, Sam.
Good luck.
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks. Yeah, let's see.
All
How do
right,
I-
Sean, was there anything else new with you, sir?
Yeah, well, I got my typing prompt.
Oh,
Do you want me
yes,
to
your
read it?
typing prompt. Yes.
Sorry,
please.
I didn't mean to suck up all that time.
No.
Yeah, sorry, mine might be a little different. Anyway, what do typewriters do when you're gone? And first thing, they complain. It's like the harem in a Turkish sultan's palace. The typewriters lays in relative ease, surrounded by decadence, wanting for nothing. This is a far cry from where most of them came from, typically imprisoned in dark boxes for years and decades with no interaction. The return to the light was both exciting and fearful for them, but each one quickly realized that their injuries would be attended to, their bodies bathed and cleaned, and put back to use. Often they would get set out on display for the world to behold their individual beauty, and every so often to come out and display their working skills. It was heaven. But as with all perfect worlds, eventually the residents begin to complain about their place in life. Someone new was always joining the group, and the others knew that this would mean they would be bypassed for a time. The time between each one of their times to do their work and perform for the Sultan grew, and no longer was it solely satisfying to be prominently displayed. The grumbling and the complaints would grow, but they remained silent while the Sultan was around, which was often. Even within the palace, there was a ranked system of importance. Generally, the oldest typewriters didn't guarantee status. Often those clothed in gold, sterling silver, or resplendent in bright and explosive colors stood at the top of the rank, and they remained firmly in the camp of support. I want to be used more. When is the Sultan going to type upon my keys like I deserve? It's been months since I have felt the caress of his hands, producing something for others. If not for what I am here, then to please the Sultan and others, they would complain in unison. Some of them discussed leaving, a conversation which was treasonous in the extreme. But the intent could not follow with action, as the Sultan's palace was near impregnable, not to mention that each member of the harem lacked the capability to extricate themselves on their own. The Sultan, though, was well aware of the simmering dissent and addressed the harem, telling them that none or some would be released from their service, moved to smaller families who would give them the attention they needed. The remainder were given a list and a schedule by which all would get their fair time. Balance and fairness returned to the world. And the typewriters were happy, but they still gossiped like little old blue hairs in the retirement home anytime the Sultan wasn't around. This was the cycle of life.
Excellent.
Oh my God, I love that so much. I just want like a copy of that. That's beautiful.
I'll clean my spelling mistakes up and then I'll send it.
There you
That
go.
is incredible. Wow. I love
Very
it.
good. Thank you, sir.
No problem. No problem.
And was there anything else new with you?
No, not really. I'll let it go to all the others who haven't gone yet, and then we can all kick in afterwards. I want everybody their fair shake. We
Okay.
appreciate what you do, Gregory, here, because we know you're under impressive stress here trying to balance
Aw.
everybody's needs and requirements. So, yeah.
Excellent. All right. Before we do move on, so I had received an email from our friend Russ Watson in Australia, and he wanted to pose a question to the group. As we know, right now, it's like, I don't know, 2 or 3 in the morning there. So he's not able to join us, but he did want to pose this question. So, and it's a very interesting question. When the typewriter reaches the right-hand margin and the bell rings, is it standard for there to be 5 characters remaining, or does the number vary between manufacturers or models?
Varies great. Yeah, absolutely. It varies according to I mean, I have the Gabriel 25 has a really small elite font, and actually I'm getting something like 8 to 10, whereas on the Olympia SM4 it's more like 5 or 6. So I think it varies according to the actual width of the type. you know how
Okay.
many characters per inch the type is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have the stopper that's a certain amount of distance from the bell ringer, and it's the same on Pika or Elite. So Elite character, you're going to get more characters in Elite than you are on Pika.
And
So
add to that some of them might be bent or malformed
yeah.
over years of use. You'll get different numbers even then, depending on how they are.
Okay.
And sometimes you can even adjust that. There's a certain amount of
Oh.
leeway you can put between those two mechanical processes that will give you more or less characters before the margin lock kicks in.
Okay. I guess my initial thought was that maybe it was like a half inch, and then if his pica is going to be 5.
It's usually about
about yay big.
about yay big. It depends on the machine.
Okay. All right.
Usually you can just turn it around and look at the center stop, and you can see the thing that comes out and rings the bell, and then you see a hard stop where it'll hit the center stop and stop.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
Distance between those two little mechanical processes is how many characters you're going to get.
Okay.
From experience, I can say between 2 and 9.
Oh wow.
Yeah, if you got
That's
That's
right.
pretty bad.
I have one Royal Quiet Deluxe right now that has some special characters on it. It's a math machine, and it has 2 characters after the bell before you hit the type stop
Okay.
or the type
Wow.
lock.
You can adjust the type lock though, William. Give yourself 3.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be difficult to type with, I think.
Oh yeah,
So-
you always need that extra.
Yeah.
So what I do with that one is to set the right margin at about 72, and then frequently use the margin release to finish off a word.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would be very frequent. Oh my goodness, yeah.
On that, Gregory, just a question. Does anybody find with the SM4, I actually sometimes put the right-hand margin way off the side of the page and just use my own guidance. Instead of letting the bell distract me, I'm just watch carefully where, the Gabriel is very generous. I think William said maximum 9. It feels like it's something like 9. But with the SM4, I found when the bell rings, it's just distracting. And I actually find that if you use your own instinct, it's almost more comfortable to use. Maybe I'm the only one.
I
I
could
do
see
both.
that. I could see that working. Now with me, it would not work because I'm looking at the keys, not the paper. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's some machines, because I use on my blog, I use Typecasters margins, which are 3.5 to 4 inches wide.
Yeah.
I type in a column that's 3.5 to 4 inches wide, depending on the typeface. And sometimes, like an Underwood Universal, can only go in so far on the margins. Like the little portables from the 50s, the Underwoods, they have this centering type of margin system that only goes in so
Yeah.
far, and it doesn't go in far enough for my margins. So I just set it to whatever and just pick a length that I think is right, and then stop when I see that length.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, Joe, had you got something to say there? I thought you were going to chime in.
Oh, I oftentimes ignore the right margin. I'll set the margin off to the edge of the paper, and that way I can. I'd rather have, because I do a lot of like 3-hole punching of my paper, putting them in notebooks if it's something for myself. So I'd rather make sure the left margin is far enough where I don't punch through the words, but the right margin I'll run out to the edge almost typically.
Yeah.
So
There's a few people nodding their heads. Looks like I'm not on my own. So
it's not just you, Anthony.
it's not just an Irish thing.
You're not too much of a weirdo.
Not for that reason.
I am a weirdo. Yeah, with not too much.
We're all weirdos. Yeah.
I mean, look where we are.
This is such a wonderful support group. I mean,
Yeah, this is like going to an AA meeting and encouraging people to drink. It's kind of the same.
Exactly, Joe.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, I was just thinking earlier, my name is Anthony. I have 6 manual typewriters and 3 broken Lupin's Electrics.
Yeah.
Welcome,
Exactly.
Anthony.
Welcome. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's been 3 months since I used a computer keyboard.
That's funny.
Oh man. Excellent. Well, I think we did well to answer Russ's question. So, and I sort of took note of the time so that I can reply to him and let him know around what time we answered. Because otherwise, 4 hours. So yeah, very cool. Thank you, everybody. And I think we actually skipped over William. I'm so sorry, William.
No worries. I knew that you would get to me eventually. Anybody ever heard of one of these?
Yes.
In on you.
That's the descendant of the princess, isn't it?
I don't know.
That's the Bulgarian company that bought all the tooling from the princess, German princess, the NAP, or whatever they're called.
Okay.
That is correct.
Keller
Yes.
und Napich.
Yes, thank you.
It is made in Bulgaria, and it came with all the paperwork. The only thing that was not done is the date was not filled out on the warranty card. If it was, I would have been able to give Ted a date which this was sold to have one entry on the typewriter database.
I guess the warranty's invalid then.
That would have been nice.
Yes, it would have.
Sign in purchase date 22, and then it's valid.
Sorry, please repeat.
Just write on the warranty card 2022, and then it starts.
And then give Omega a call.
Well, if it's got the original paperwork, there might be date stamps on the paperwork itself.
That's true, like revised.
I have inspected the paperwork, both sides, front to back, top to bottom. Nothing at all.
They don't have that little,
I think I have one. I'm going to go grab mine.
Your Omega.
86903.
Yeah.
8675309.
Yeah, that's it.
DR 549.
Yeah.
Junior sales.
1138.
Or 2D2.
Okay. Inspected by 219-406, received by 423.
Communists. Gotta love it.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking of like toward the bottom of the page, like the back cover of the manual or something like that. Usually there's a little tiny print on the bottom that has like the form number or whatever. And sometimes that's date coded.
Or revised or something like that.
Yeah.
Give a date. Or even a copyright.
Exporter Isotimpex, Bulgaria, Sofia, 51 Chatham Street, telex number.
Ooh. Ted, do you have a telex machine, Ted?
I do not have a telex machine.
Oh, I thought of
I
anybody
actually
you would
don't
have.
know what a telex machine is.
Oh, it's a prefax fax.
Is it like the liquid?
No, it's a fast ass Selectric. But
okay.
But
So
it
it's
prints.
yeah.
Yeah, like have you ever seen Bullet? Have you ever seen Bullet with Steve McQueen when they're waiting for the pictures from Chicago to come through? That's a telex.
Okay.
And it's like, but it comes out with a picture, so you like really crappy.
It's like a really low resolution dot matrix. It uses like it's a square head that has different dot patterns on little punch through things.
I don't know exactly what it looks like from the inside. It sounds like a fast Selectric with a ball thing that's just typing, but I don't know if that's just my imagination. But I think you should get one because then we can actually email that company or text the company.
You should be able to do any kind of TTL over a telex. So if you have the right protocol, you could do that electronically, and like I could print it to my whatever COM machine I have.
Yeah.
It does have the address on the warranty card as Cherami Inc., 535 Midland Avenue, P.O. Box 6, Garfield, New Jersey, 07026.
Well, that's useless.
Okay.
I've got something that you guys might like. I didn't know Ted was looking for this though, but I've got, like the actual date.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you need to be uploading those
Okay.
cards with the dates on them.
That's still a princess, though.
Mhm.
That one actually has a date on it.
That is beautiful letterhead.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Gimme.
Yeah. You can reproduce that.
Yeah, that's for it's this machine. I have problems with the feet, the bottom of the case feet, but that's this machine.
Oh, princess, yes.
Anyway, it made me think of that. I didn't know you were looking for that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking for that kind of stuff.
But this is the 23rd, September 23rd, 1958 on this one. And yeah, same. And it's even got the guy's name that it was sold to.
Wow.
Now, the thing that caught my eye on this one was the shape of the keys. The keys are the same shape as the Adler and the facets.
Oh, yeah.
And so that got me thinking as to whether this may have been an East European clone of the German machine.
No, they actually bought the tooling.
Okay.
Yes, that's actually the tooling used to make princesses.
Okay.
So it'll be the same typewriter, just with a newer body on it.
Mm-hmm.
Effectively. I mean, minus some changes probably.
And a whole bunch of plastic.
And a whole bunch.
Hey, Sean, can I get a newer body?
You know what? I can't help you. We can't reform it. I mean,
The thing is, you should be able to take a princess body and put it on one of those like plastic machines later. They've got basically the same interior,
Mm-hmm.
same engine, different skin.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a Frankenstein typewriter.
A Frankenwriter. A Frankentyper.
Frankenstein.
The interesting thing is, I'll be right back.
Excellent.
20 minutes later. So anyway.
Well, that's another thing. Like the coal steel, you don't like the coal steel. ABC or Mesa actually built a machine for Sears that has the same machine inside of it as the coal steel, but it's a different, it's a plastic body style. But if you rip that out and put that machine inside of a coal steel shell, you'd have a reliable machine that looks cool.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking for one of those Sears machines because I've got a coal steel shell that I'm wanting to put some good guts into.
Yeah.
Now, the one interesting thing I did find in the case, in the workings of the machine itself, was this, which is the transport lock that holds the carriage in place during transport.
Oh, so like when it was new.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, from what I could read, there was an elastic band, where are we, attached to the hook, which then went round the right-hand end of the platform of the carriage.
That's handy to have.
Yeah. And this was stuck under the carriage towards the left-hand end, so everything was jammed up. Now, one thing I did find interesting is that the platen itself specs out at about an 86 on a short age scale.
Oh, that's really soft.
It's a very soft platen, yes.
It's got to be what, 70s, 80s probably?
Please repeat.
It's got to be late 70s, early 80s, that Omega.
It'll be an 80s machine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And
so it's only 43 years old.
Yeah, I know. Surprising, isn't
it? I'd imagine it has more to do with the chemical makeup of the rubber than anything else as far as longevity. Because after 10 years, any platen is supposed to be too hard for use. According to the manufacturer, anyway.
Yeah.
But
and so I think this machine may have been dropped at some time because the back edge of the case itself has the 2 feet broken right out of it, and the carriage is somewhat floppy on its rails. But that'll be an interesting project for later on when they have time to disassemble it, clean the guts, and figure out what's what.
Mhm. Well, good
Now,
luck.
Yeah, Ted, one quick question about the cold steel. If it still has both original spools with cold steel imprinted on them,
Mhm.
does that improve the value of the machine that you know of?
To someone, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing is, if you're talking about that kind of specifics, you're talking about someone wants that.
Yeah.
You're not talking about the general market. You're talking about someone who's like, oh, I love cold steels and I want the original spools.
Yeah.
You got to find a fanatic.
Yeah,
I could make a video about it and sell it for you.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no, probably.
Because
Yeah.
because before now I have seen a pair of cold steel spools sell on eBay for $50 US, just empty spools.
Yeah,
And
somebody wanted them.
you got those.
That's the thing is, I mean, realistically, if you asked me, I'd be like, oh, well, I could care less about the spools because I'm not looking at the spools. But if you got someone who really loves cold steels and wants one that's all in the original kit, then they'll pay for it.
Yeah, because on the Hermes, I think if you have a Hermes 3000 curvy body with still with the two original Hermes embossed spools. To me, the spools are having the original spools are kind of like having the original wire spoke rims on your 1935 Mercedes Roadster. Mercedes?
I'll take your word on that.
Yeah. None of mine 35 Mercedes had the original wheels.
Yeah, it's so hard to find those,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to buy 6 of them before I found one, the right one.
William, I'll buy those cold steel spools off you.
No, they stay with the machine.
I'll buy the typewriter off of you.
But it sounds that little bit of information that Ted gave about the escapement could be very useful when I take this into pieces to figure out, as it has a broken draw band or draw cord and a bunch of other issues with it. So the grommet, is that a specific thickness?
I don't actually know. This was, if you go through the Facebook Antique Typewriter Maintenance Group and search for cold steel escapement, you'll find a big old long thread where, a dozen of us were just discussing this problem with the cold steel.
Yeah.
And we figured out that was the piece that was bedeviling everyone. And so it's there. I actually screenshotted it and saved it in my pile of stuff to put on my blog, and it's still in that pile of stuff to put on my blog.
Yeah,
because it's just such an obvious thing that is really a problem with those machines specifically.
Yeah, that's all very well, but I do not have a Facebook account and don't intend to get one either.
Well, find yourself a friend.
It's
computer.
It's kind of nice to be able to stay under the radar.
Yeah, it is, but sometimes you miss out on a lot. That's there's a thing. My Facebook use is my use of Facebook is for about 4 or 5 different typewriter groups. And that's it. I do not allow anyone to friend me. I do not allow, I don't join other groups. I just pay attention to these groups, and I'm a moderator in one of them. And that's basically all my interactions with Facebook. I don't even look at my own page.
Okay, because when Juliana and I got married and Juliana got onto Facebook, I would go out to the shop in the morning, she'd be on Facebook. I'd come in for coffee, she'd be on Facebook. I'd come in for lunch, she'd be on Facebook. I'd come in for afternoon tea, she'd be in tears because someone had said something nasty about a friend of hers. And I thought, if that kind of thing is on Facebook, I don't even want to be a part of that. And then I heard about Facebook gathering information illegally. And I thought that's just one more reason to not be on Facebook.
It is pure heroin. It is very bad for you, but if you deal with it in moderation.
Okay.
Yeah, I read an article recently that talked about the problem with social media, any kind of social media that you rely upon giving you affirmation, like in the case of Facebook, they give you likes, and also Instagram does that. Any of those are triggering endorphins, and it is a mental addiction to be, reliant upon that kind of personal affirmation. So the way Ted runs his Facebook is kind of similar to the way I do mine. I ignore likes and I just get onto groups that I'm interested in, and I leave it at that.
Okay.
And I turn off the notifications of Facebook on my phone, so I don't get notifications. If someone likes something I do, I don't care. I don't pay attention to it. So
Do not ever accept friend requests. Never, never, never. That way lies madness.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's interesting to know. I might entertain the idea then.
Yeah. You just have to, be careful and control how you use it. And
Don't do it, William. Just don't.
Hey, care.
One of us.
One of us. One of us.
Somebody was mean to me on Facebook a couple of days ago, and I can't stop thinking about it. And I'm like, why the fuck do I do this? So yeah, I would love to do it the way Sam does it, but apparently that's not my constitution. So
Do it the way me and William do it, which is we're not on there at all.
I'm very close to that, to be honest. But there are some friends that I wouldn't be as much in touch with, and I wouldn't get to see the pictures of their kid growing up and blah blah blah.
And you'll never know the secrets of the coal steel.
There you go.
I rely on you guys.
I belong to the maintenance page, so I can go and look them up, and then Sean and William, you can email me, and I will look it up for you if you have any questions.
Meet a friend.
There you go.
I'll be your Facebook friend.
Well, last time I emailed Kara about a problem, she was like, "Oh, just go to another typewriter Facebook," and I was like, "I don't do the Facebook thing." She's like, "Oh, okay."
You're a liar.
No, I'm just joking. Yeah,
you are a liar.
Just gotta know your limit.
So yes,
You gotta know what you can handle. Like I have a lot of fun with Facebook, but I try to take it with a grain of salt. I wouldn't have the connections that I have with some really special people if it weren't for that, because there's really no other way that we communicate. But try to keep it positive, avoid politics, that kind of stuff.
Exactly. And for me personally, I've connected with so many family members that I did not even know about, especially from my dad's side. We have a big family on my dad's side, so I have all kinds of cousins and stuff that I've been in contact with. So I think there's a lot of benefit to it, but it's all in how you use it and what you respond to, whatever you interact with. That's Facebook is going to start feeding you that stuff. If you interact with the ads, it's going to feed you ads of those interests. If you interact with political posts, it's going to start feeding you that stuff. So if you keep it to family and friends and just use it casually, I think most people would be okay. So
that's what they said about cocaine too, Gregory.
Oh.
Use it casually, it'll be fine.
Yeah, just be casual about it, man.
The original Coke.
Yeah.
Now there are people that can do cocaine and they're addicted for life, and then there are people that can do stuff and it doesn't phase them.
Yeah.
You just gotta know your limits as a person, what you can handle.
There's a bunch of typewriter collectors talking about limits.
I know, right?
Yeah. I said maximum 10.
Yeah. Sure.
You can quit anytime.
Excellent. Oh, what do you have there, William?
That's my cold steel.
Ah, okay.
And as you can see, it has a broken draw code.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
yeah. And probably a few other problems as well.
But let's see the spools.
Yeah, let's see those schools. You've been raving about them for weeks.
He's building the suspense.
No, he's taking them out and putting them in a box and sending them.
It's positioned correctly.
Ooh, birdie.
Yep, yep.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Oh, is that like in a script?
It's in the
Oh,
logo.
I see.
It's like the logo.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, that's
I
nice.
like that. Yeah, that's very nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, hang on to it.
And so that's one of the reasons why I bought this one, is because the seller had the cover removed and I could see it had both original spools on it.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, that's something.
Yeah, definitely.
And this again will be another project when I get around to it.
Yeah.
Joe's got some round to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, some big round to it.
Well, I said I have lots of the square and triangular to it, but the round one's very hard to find.
Excellent. Was there anything else new with you, William?
Well, my wife has gone to Edmonton to spend some time with cousins and family. And on the way back, she is stopping in at a friend's place in Airdrie, whom I had pick up an Adler J5 from an eBay, from an Kijiji seller.
Yeah.
And so I'll be interested to get my hands on that and get a feel for the Adler J series.
Yeah.
I hear both sides of the story about the Adler J4 and J5, but I imagine that almost any typewriter, if it's properly tuned up, properly cared for, and used it correctly, there's no reason why it shouldn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like even the We Are Memory Keepers typewriter, if you tune it properly and know what you're doing, you can actually follow through the tune-up sequence in Howard Hutchinson's typewriter repair book following the Olympia V12, and it's the same basic machine. Go through that tune-up, and it actually works quite nicely. It's still kind of
I mean, it's
cheap
made
and
out of,
nasty.
it's just the problem is that every part of it is just made out of flimsy metal. And
I know.
it's just a pretend typewriter.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think I would ever find any satisfaction, no matter how well it were tuned. It would just be sadness.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare it to the real typewriters of the 50s, no, there's absolutely no comparison at all.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But it's good that it kind of got people sort of interested again. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if it played some role in the typewriter resurgence, and people got them and said, this is all right, but I wonder what the old original typewriters were like, and
yeah.
Yeah.
And then they drop kicked their memory keepers into the trash.
They're like, oh, this is how a typewriter works.
Yeah, yeah.
But if nothing else, if you can find a We Are Memory Keepers at a thrift store or a Goodwill shop or whatever for a few dollars, it's a good low-cost replacement platinum for your Olympia B12.
Yeah, that's good to know. Definitely. Yeah. All right, let's see. Diane, how are you doing?
I am doing well, thank you.
Excellent, excellent. And the 7 cats?
Oh, they're snoozing.
Okay, we see one back there by the window.
One back there by the window, or yeah, he's on top of the couch.
Yeah.
And you can't see the one on the floor behind me because she's on the floor behind me. So
anything new with you? Any you're always getting new little things like accessories or paraphernalia.
well, I think I showed my last typewriter.
Okay.
I mean, a week or so ago, the Royal 440.
Yes, yes.
Well, okay, so It's not really new, but since last night, it lives, it works.
Yay.
I got the bloody spring back in it.
Okay.
I forgot I had one of those little grabber things that you press and you grab the spring. And anyway,
I was going to suggest maybe Ted Monk has some tips on how to get that little spring back in again. But if you got it, yep.
One of these little doohickeys.
Yes.
That's great.
Nice.
I got one of those.
Yeah, I'd forgotten I had it till I was going through my very messy tool drawer this morning and found that, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll bet that'll help.
You're putting a spring back on, is what you have the problem with?
On the SG1, I had 3 SG1s that I had platens and feed rollers done on, and I got them back last week. And so last night I was trying to put them on. I got one on fairly easily, and then I went to the one that's back there. Actually, it wasn't. This is the one I had from church. All of a sudden go to church and come home with 2 typewriters. and SG1 and a Selectric 2.
That's my kind of church.
Yeah.
What?
That's his kind of church.
Yeah.
This is kind of church.
Yeah, well, I guess they were just they were going through stuff and getting rid of it. I don't know. This is the time of year they have their rummage sale. But anyway, so that machine back there is the one that had the issue. And I finally got it. I was happy to get that sorted out, and so yeah, it was just I was pulling my hair out last night. It's like I had to stop because that's not doing me any good if I can't think what the heck I'm supposed to be doing. But anyway, so yeah, this is the one I got from church. The other one needs to be cleaned up, and so it's over at the shop until it can be cleaned up, because I don't really know much about Selectrics, nor do I. It's like my record has not been good lately, so it's like, somebody who knows what they're doing could do that. I've had enough trouble just with the manual ones here lately. It's like no.
Yeah.
Oh, since you guys were talking about this earlier, I have a punch card too. It's for a library book from what used to be work, or what used to be the work library, and they were getting rid of things, and so it's one of the things I brought home. It's like the library is emptying it, and so it's titled it's from the American Chemical Society. It's Suggestions on How to Organize, Present, and Illustrate a Technical Paper from 1961.
Nice.
And it's like, okay, so we got a punch card, but it's like, it discusses things about lettering sizes for displays shown as slides, preferred styles of typewriter lettering. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know. I thought it might be. So it's like I picked up a few, things that, would fall under the, the office supplies, or not. It's not really typewriter, but it's like secretarial stuff or whatever. And
yeah.
It's just interesting to see, it's like getting typewriter. It's like getting typewriter books from different decades. And yeah, it's pretty much the same, but it's still, depending on, looking at the ones that have Smith Premier keyboards in them are pretty funky.
Yeah.
The normal ones. And it's funny, as you go through the years, the pictures of the typewriters change, meaning it's like, you have your standard Royal Underwood Smith Corona, and then later on, it's the portables, I think, or the Selectrics or whatever, that are pictured, and it's just different,
Yeah. Excellent.
It's raining today. That's different, but
Yeah.
yeah, one of these climates that actually has to deal with rust. And
Yes.
yeah,
Very humid.
yeah, it is very humid. It's like, walk outside and just even just sitting inside, I'm sweating to death. And it's like, yeah, well, yeah, my phone says 73, but that was at 10 till noon, and it's 72 and raining, but it's humid.
Yeah.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. Joe, I liked your video and your blog. I think I tried to respond to your blog, but
Google doesn't like to play well with people on
yeah.
Blogger.
I tried, and I'm just like, okay, I'm having too much trouble. Whatever.
Yeah. Which video specifically were you referring to? The one yesterday on the selector ribbons?
Just yeah, that one, and the selector. Whenever you do your overview of a typewriter, you do it very well.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I mean, I would love to do something like that, but you know what? I'm like, and this is the thing that does this, that'd be great for a Smith Premiere, but it's like, yeah, and it does this, if I can remember.
Yeah. Well, I sort of got to the point where I know how to make those kind of videos, like they're kind of formulaic. I mean, but yeah, they're fun. They are.
But yeah, and I enjoyed your little road trip with Kevin. I thought that was cool.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Yep. He's a YouTube natural. He needs his own channel.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah, he needs to. He's very self-conscious. He doesn't think he has a good on-air personality, but he really does.
He does. He's very likable. Very likable.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he has a good public speaking persona, I think, and you can kind of see when he turns it on. All of a sudden he puts on that voice, and
oh, that's funny. All right. Anything else new with you, Diane?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, it's so good to see you.
Yep. Good to be here.
Excellent. And I see Kara is busy typing.
Does that mean you're calling on me?
Sure. I was trying to be very, very casual.
I know it's kind of a romper room situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
I see Joey and Becky and
oh man.
Hey everybody.
Yeah. So anything new with you?
Well, since last we spoke, some of you remember that the poem I read about the pears that I saw out my window, and somebody wrote me a letter from Type Pals with all these memories of their grandparents' pear trees and stuff as a result of that, and that was really sweet. And and now they're ripe, and I've been up to my ears in processing pears. So
I love
now I'm more like, damn pears, when is it going to end?
Oh.
So I'll be happy this winter. We dehydrate a lot of them and call them fruit bacon because they're just so good. Anyway, not about typewriters, but and some of you might remember from that last time that I had a couple of Hermes that had come, a couple of Hermes 3000s that had come into my lap, and so I was selling them for somebody else, and so I got them both to homes, and I bulletproof wrapped one and sent it to Eric, and he was really happy about that. And I was just so happy that when I came on, like right when you guys were, somebody was saying, oh, and Eric is always looking for a Hermes 3000, and I was like, hey Eric, have I got a typewriter for you? And they were both of them were in good shape, and one of them was curvy and one of them was boxy, and I think he took the curvy one. Oh yeah, he sent me a little photo of it, and he wrote me a letter on it. It was so sweet.
Oh.
And the other one was a guy, I'm trying to remember his name. I think it was Daniel from Olympia. And I had put it on the Austin typewriter, I think, or something, maybe on the classifieds, but I think it was on the typewriter. Anyway, and different people were interested, but I really didn't want to pack it. And he was in Olympia and he was like, I will come down to Eugene, which is like 6 hour drive. I was like, okay, I will come and get it. And I was like, okay, cool. So we tried to figure it out. And he actually spent a day, he took the train, rode the train down to Eugene. I met him at the train station, handed him the typewriter. He went off to the used bookstore for an hour and then presumably got back on the train and went back to Olympia.
Wow.
And I was like, that was so much easier than packing. So he was happy with that. And everybody got their money and stuff. And
Nice.
yeah, I felt like a broker or something, or a dealer, a drug dealer.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll meet you at the train station at 4, the back door, under the streetlight. So that was fun. And I was very proud of myself that I did not, Hermes is just not of my interest. So I was very proud of myself that even though these 2 excellent machines fell in my lap, I was like, nope, here, you take them. So that was nice. And then of course, a week later, a friend was like, hey, I'm at a yard sale. There's a typewriter for $20. Do you want it? And I was like, no, what is it? And they sent me a picture and I was like, yes, I do. Yes, yes, please, $20. Because how can you not want a $20 yard sale typewriter?
Exactly.
So this is why people think I'm nuts, because I'm like, no, I don't want a Hermes 3000. I want the the gray $20 Royal with the green keys. I was hoping that it might have Canterbury, but I don't. It's just regular pica. But it's also really filthy. What I've typed on it is, how do you get so much hair into a typewriter?
Yeah.
And the slugs are kind of clean, but everything else is just filthy, and it has a bunch of rust on it. And it has like almost everything except the broken drawband, but everything that it has wrong with it is all things that I feel like I can fix fairly easily. But I mean, gross. I mean, look at this. I haven't cleaned it at all, but like, can you see that? It's just like, I just reached in and picked that out. I don't even know whose that is. I mean, I don't want to know. It looks like dog hair. But,
okay.
Oh, but it's a typewriter, so it's probably cat hair. Anyway.
There you go.
So yeah, so I now have another Quiet Deluxe.
How many do you have now? Do you know?
I don't know. What kind of question is that, Gregory?
I know, right?
How would I know? That would mean going and counting them. I don't know. I did have a moment.
Counts, like, if it's more than 10, we stop counting.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wrote a little essay. Someday I should publish it somewhere on typewriter math and how hard it is. And do you count the ones that are in transit? Do you count the ones that need fixing? Do you count the ones that are in the garage? Do you count the ones that you mean to sell? Do you count the ones that you bid on and you're waiting to find out if you got it? I just sort of dodged a bullet the other day, because there was a typewriter in Portland that was it was a Royal 10, and I really want to replace the one I had in college. And it was like a half-hour drive for a friend of mine in Portland. And I was like, hey, you want to go pick me up a typewriter? Because it was only $50 and it looked like it was in good shape. And she actually went and looked at it, and I was I gave her the whole list of everything to look at. And I was like, put some paper in and tug on it and see if you can, if it comes out sideways or whatever. And she called me and she's like, well, I can't really get the paper in to test it because the platen is kind of crumbly. And I was like, what do you mean crumbly? And she's like, there's a big split down the middle and it doesn't turn. And I was like, hard pass. Thank you. I'm not, you can't even, she couldn't even tell what the other things were because of that thing. And I was like, I have enough project machines. I'm trying to get rid of my project machines. Of course, I just got this project machine. But so I kind of felt like I dodged the bullet, because the minute I said, hey, go find out about this typewriter, I was like, really? Just stop. So yeah. So I don't know. I mean, and I don't, they're not all Quiet Deluxes, I do have quite a few Royals, but And I am once again making lists of ones I'm going to get rid of. Anybody want a Skywriter? I got a Skywriter, cheap, as long as I don't have to clean it for you. Just saying, this could become an auction site. But I was just typing on that. I'm sure I've shown you guys this, but this is that the one that Katie Federley found for me and shipped to me from St. Paul. That is so pretty and shiny and beautiful. And it's not a P, it's an A. It's that prototype deluxe of 1934, where I feel like, you know how Royal always does that thing where they have like Franken bodies. I seem to end up, I don't know if Royal just has a lot of those or if I just attract them, but I seem to end up with these things that are like, well, we're working towards a deluxe. It's not really an A because they, you know, the serial number, it starts with A, but it was really, they were just using up the old P bodies before they started the A's with the flat top. So it's just that like I get a lot of these like little random ones that were just made for like 5 minutes in between these things where they were using up parts, and they were like, well, when we run out of the gullwing ribbon thing, then we'll call it an A. But like for now, let's make it an A. Anyway, so that's
I would compare those like to the Ford 1964 and a half Shelby Mustang.
Mustang, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
that's exactly. If I had ever gotten my Mustang, I probably would have ended up with that exact one. Thank you. You understand me, William. I know that you understand. We're simpatico. So that's all I got going on in the typewriter realm. I have I keep getting letters from TypePal people saying, I understand that you're not really taking TypePals, but I just wanted to write to you. And I'm like, fine. Take a seat in the queue, because I'm probably never going to write you back, because I've been really bad at writing letters lately. And there's a letter in my Corona back there. I'm not even sure what the date is, but it's at least 2 months old, and I haven't even finished it. It's just sitting there. I found a typewriter. I found a letter I was writing to my cousin, who I love to write to. And that was like 3 months before I got it out of the machine. I kept starting it and stopping it and be like, oh, it's dinner time. See you in a month. That's probably the downside for me of having too many typewriters, is I can get letters going in a few of them and never finish it. So that's why I put on TypePals that I'm not taking, because I have letters from like at least 2 years ago that I've never answered. So, but feel free to write at your own risk. It's always fun to get mail, right? So,
and that's why I designed it that way, so that people can still write to you and they know what to expect in return. So
it just cracks me up. I like all the not all, though it's been a handful, but when people write and they're like, I know you're not taking, but okay, as long as you understand, you'll never hear from me. Speaking of hearing from people, Sean. Yes. You said you were going to send me ideas.
So I every couple of weeks I'm like, I owe care of this, and then I realized that my original excitement gave way to the reality of trying to figure out how to do what I had sort of promised to commit to do, and I really don't have a good answer that I felt was good. I overthink things and think I try for perfection so much. Like I'm just writing to Joe here. I've been trying to set up a type-in for like 3 years, and I haven't gotten around to doing it, mostly because I try to, I overthink that stuff. So Joe rightfully says, don't overthink it. All your plans are going to get screwed anyway. Just put it together. People will show up and it'll happen. And so yours is sort of the same thing, because I often on dog walks have thought, well, if you just took type bars out of a typewriter, a crappy typewriter that you've got, and use them in your clay, to sort of just manually stamp in stuff. But I thought, that's not really that exciting. That's pretty boring and basic, and Kara's going to think I'm a bit of a loser. So I got to come up with something even more stupendous that'll impress her. And then I'm like, well, I don't have anything, so I just won't talk to her at all, and I'll ignore it and hope it goes away. And so that's my fault. So I'm sorry. So I haven't been able to come up.
Well, that's good enough. Let's just say you've done it. Let's say you've completed that task, because you just said what you said and it's over. Okay.
Okay. A year and a half later. Good. Hey.
It's good. No, we're just building the kiln shed. The electrician's coming on Tuesday. So yes. So clay production is ramping up, and typewriter things are sitting around waiting for winter
Yeah.
between the fruit processing and the clay.
Is everything you make, Care, going to be round, or are you going to make square stuff?
Why do you ask?
Well, you know, because I'm a layman when it comes to clay, and so all I ever remember is Ghost when he's you know, it's going around. And so if they make square stuff like we did in like elementary school, which looked like crap, but your parents pretended they liked, yours probably look a lot better, and that'll be nicer for creating little clay typewriters with little stamps on them that you can put in your doodads, like your paper clips.
Oh, and make clay typewriters even. No, I hadn't actually considered that.
Yeah.
See, too, you're going overtime here. You're giving me 2 ideas. I do have a little set of letter stamps that I got from metal actually when I was doing jewelry stuff. And I did make okay, maybe you guys will get this. I don't think anybody else gets the joke. My wife got it, but I made a little bud vase. Okay, a bud vase, and I stamped the letters to say, "Hi, pal." Get it? A bud vase. There you go.
Is that like, you know, a high, you know, like oh, sorry,
like
that's what Ted
bud is a pal. No, like, you know, you're my pal, you're my bud. It's a bud vase. Hi, pal. Never mind. If you have to explain it, it's not as fun.
Well, if you said bud and then you said hi, pal, and I was like,
oh my God, you're right. My 15-year-old self would have loved that joke. Yeah. Now I'm more like kids these days.
Yeah.
Fuck, when I was that age, we did, yeah.
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
there are some jokes that if you don't get as they're being said, you won't get them.
Yeah.
Like the benefits of simple origami are twofold.
But
What's the
Bye,
difference?
Diane. What?
I said, no, I can't remember the audience. What's the difference between in-laws and outlaws? Outlaws are wanted.
Wow. Oh, I love that though.
Back before my wife and I could be legally married, my wife's sister referred to me as her sister outlaw.
Oh.
Elma and Louise.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Anyway.
Well, it's so good to see you, Care.
It's nice to see y'all. It's nice to see like old gang too. There was a lot of new people last time I was here, and I was like, "Wait, where is everybody?"
Yeah.
Talking about the attitude of type pals, I received a letter from Roman R. a few months ago, and he was saying I wasn't prepared for the laissez-faire attitude of type pals. Everyone's so easy going and friendly.
Oh. Yeah.
Just when we know we're being recorded for YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Curry, how are you doing?
Curry.
Hello. I'm sitting here quietly listening to you and chatting with Becky as well. We're musing about how do we rearrange all of our stuff to fit more. there's more hens and more glass and more typewriters and oh man,
you know, they make
crazy.
shelves that go 8 feet high.
Yes, that's the thing is like, okay, we need to start going. and I trip to IKEA is in order, I think.
Can you start hanging things from the ceiling?
It's all concrete construction, so not easily, no.
Okay. It was worth a shot.
Yes. But things are on our end are good. Hopefully people have been hearing about the our digital doors open that's coming up for Willow Creek Typewriters this month. So we had done some stuff earlier this year. We had our first type in back in March, and then we did a community art walk thing in May, and then that's how these digital doors open people found out about us. So what it is an event that happens in our area. I think some other areas as well. I'm not sure if they do it in the States, but in Canada for sure. where so they'll have open houses for government offices and corporate head offices and places where the general public wouldn't normally get to see. And they would do these open houses for them. But then since the pandemic, they couldn't do anything in person. So they went to this online video format and rebranded it Digital Doors Open. And so last year they put out a bunch of videos for a bunch of different places, including the airport where I work. And then this year they found out about Willow Creek Typewriters and said, "Do you guys want to be part of it?" So yeah, they came by in May and put a big huge camera in my face and talked to me about typewriters and shot some B-roll and spent the rest of the summer putting these videos together that are gradually now being released this month. So ours comes out on September the 17th at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So I'll have the links and everything out as soon as they give it to me. Put it on all the groups and stuff. But yeah, that should be lots of fun.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing it. I haven't seen the video yet, so I don't know what to expect yet. But yeah, we've got that's going on this month, and then we've got they're gonna do a sort of a viewing of the video at one of our area libraries here. So with sort of I'll bring some typewriters along and do a Q&A at the end of it and things like that. And then we're planning another type in for November. So yeah, there's lots of stuff going on. It's been a quiet summer, but I think everybody's been busy with anything else other than typewriters. May and June were busy, and then July and August, just everything went quiet. So, but I'm expecting that September will pick up again. Sarah was showing her Optima Elite 3, and so I had one come a couple of weeks ago from a fella named Ian in London, who had one, and it had been exposed to moisture at some point and had a bunch of rust, especially on the right-hand side of it. So, but he's like, "Is it worth getting it working again?" I'm like, "Yeah, that is the same as my Optima Super, but sort of the two-tone light green, dark green that Sarah's is." And I said, "Yeah, it definitely is worth getting it going again." So I spent 2 hours on, I'm never going to get rid of all the rust, but at least get it all functioning again. And so he was pleased with the result and picked it up this past week. So I was glad to bring that one back to life again. And the all the tabs are still seized though, but I was only going to go so far. He's I think now he's going to take over and do a little bit more on it. But I don't like to see people. It's not reasonable for you to spend like hundreds and hundreds of dollars on me fixing something and getting it like all 100%. But I think he's now got the confidence that he can sort of take it apart and do a little more on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was fun. And what have you got? Oh, I take my earbuds out. So yeah, there you go. Maybe that works. Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, good. So after getting that one done, hang on, I just gotta switch back over here. I've lost it. There we go. Zoom. So yeah, you can probably see I've got this great big behemoth of a machine here sitting next to me. So I spent some time this weekend. Oh, there we go. Working on some of my own machines that have been laying there as projects for a while, and I picked up this Lexicon 80 a couple of months ago. Let's see, when it was back in June, and it sort of sat and I've been busy with other stuff, and I decided to tackle it this weekend and got it all cleaned up, and the bell works again, and the type is really crisp. 1948 machine.
Oh, nice letterhead. Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's that letterhead. But yeah, really pleased with it. It's a pica, but as you'll see, it's
White carriage.
It goes to 170.
Holy
wow.
So yeah, I could put 2 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper in this thing side by side and write 2 pages at the same time if I could keep it straight in my head. But yeah, this is a beast, but it's nice to have it working again. No, it's just that's why we're trying to figure out where we're going to put all this stuff.
Yeah.
So, Curry, I
Yes.
take it you mean, when you said London, I take it you mean London, Ontario, not London, England.
Yes, that's right. No,
Okay.
no, haven't shipped any machines for service yet. I've had an inquiry or two, but no, nobody's shipped me anything to fix.
Because it wasn't until I came to Canada that I realized that there was a London in Ontario as well as a London in England.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I got that one rolling, and also one of my letter of 32s that was having some issues, and got it all cleaned up and working again. I did post on the Antique Typewriter maintenance group that I've got another letter of 32 that's not working, but it's a made in Canada version. So the ribbon vibrator mechanism is different. And I don't know what it is specifically about that one, but most of the ribbon vibrators have a hook right through the vibrator itself, the vibrator extension. But this one has a little sort of an oblong slot that looks like either the hook would ride up and down in or something like that. But it's if you get a chance to have a look on the Facebook group, nobody's responded yet, so it's a bit of a mystery. It's a weird one.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to help you there.
Oh.
And I did have the letter of 32 book, the PDF that I downloaded from.
That's going to have the other one.
Oh.
I don't know what I'm doing with it yet, but hopefully someone will have an idea at some point.
So that one would be made in Don Mills, Ontario, then?
I would presume so. It didn't say Don Mills on it, I don't think, but
On the back, it'll say made by Olivetti, and then it'll see Don Mills, Toronto, if it's a Canadian, made in Canada.
the other letter of 32 that sent source, the one that I got last week. Yeah, she'll grab it. It's in pieces, so I don't know if they'll be able to grab it. I'll have a look. Yeah. But then the other one that I got working is this Urania Piccola.
Oh,
So
cool.
it's been sitting around for a while since I first got it. Probably been sitting around here for a year and a half now, and I finally tackled it today. And you can see, yes, I know I have a red and black ribbon, but there's no bichrome selector on it, so I have to switch it out for a black ribbon. But no, I'm pleased that it's working again, and typing quite nicely. So
What did you say it's called again?
Urania Piccola.
I never heard that.
That looks like a Panzer III. Like seriously, it's got the same freaking shape as a German tank.
It's the 1930s.
1933. That's right.
Yep.
Just before World War II.
I just wondered because the glass tops, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So normally there would be some emblems here, but on this one they're quite faded. They're quite faded out, so you can see a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
And it's a QWERTY?
Something on there as well. It's like a globe.
That's cool.
A globe symbol. So yeah, that's another one that's done. And so I keep bringing these ones that I get fixed up for my own collection and bring them up and find a home for them. You got no room, so she's got the. So this is the letter of 32. It doesn't say Don Mills on it. It just says. Here, maybe this camera will be better. It's just Underwood Limited, made in Canada.
Cool. Okay.
So it's
they dropped the Olivetti. Usually it was Olivetti.
Olivetti.
So the US
Yeah.
players will think this is funny.
Yeah. And then it's missing the little decal, the little emblem there, but they put Acme Business Fishing Company. That's funny, so funny to call it Acme, because you just think
Roadrunner.
Yeah. With the old style phone number on there, but it's a bit of a mystery. Get that one figured out. But
Excellent.
We've been busy the last couple of weeks, but now we're into September, so maybe the phone will start ringing a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's a nice quiet summer.
Okay.
Speaking of September, I heard an interesting little tidbit of information on the radio on Wednesday morning. The month of September turns up in more songs than any other month.
More songs or psalms?
Songs.
Songs.
Yes. Like Green Day, Wake Me Up When September Ends.
Oh, okay.
Earth, Wind, and
Will I
Fire.
see you in September or lose you to someone love?
Okay. Yeah.
It's a cold day for September is all I thought to say. Yeah, it's just.
Well, it
I
is
wonder how, songs about lost love are really popular too. It makes me wonder if it just happens to be the end of summer and you're lamenting that summer's gone or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of babies in June because of that.
Yeah, I know. So you can't have one without the other. So.
That's a good observation.
Yeah, summer love.
Excellent. All right. Well, it's so good to see you, Curry.
Yes, thank you. It's been a while, but make it when I can. So
excellent. I appreciate it. All right. Rich, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing good. I don't have a lot to report, at least not like the hero of the typosphere, Curry, was talking all these things. So wasn't a very active typewriter week for me. I'm using my Corona Clipper and a Triumph 10. And so that's kind of plus I have this one set up all the time, the Galaxy 2, which I use in this room.
Yeah.
Had a kind of a challenging day. We had a 5K this morning, and then my truck wouldn't start, my Jeep wouldn't start.
So no.
Switched cars and had to deal with the battery this afternoon. But my daughter's window came off its rail, so now we're dealing with that. And
oh my goodness,
kind of a strange day.
Yeah.
Then I think I started to sign in at 3, and it took me like 20 minutes to get my computer working to get logged on. So I'm glad it's Labor Day weekend.
I know, right? Yeah.
This, it just makes me curious because I've messed with cars all my life. But what year car is it?
The Jeep. The Jeep is a 2006
with the rails that came off the window.
Yeah, that's an Avenger. I don't know. It might be a 2011 or 12.
Oh, I just wonder. I mean, when I say I mess with them all my life, I rarely do it anymore. I don't know anything about the new cars, but I had to growing up mess with cars and I was just a mechanic, but I just thought it was amazing, really, because I hadn't heard of that problem in a long time. I'm like, well, maybe it's from the 70s or something. Yeah, we had a lot of them back then.
Because anything in the 80s or later to me is considered a new car, and I just opened the hood and it just it doesn't look like the way they used to make them anymore. So you can't just hop in there and pop off an alternator or anything. It's just
and the rubber and all the where that sandwiches the glass, the pieces that used to just back in the old days, that stuff used to just dry rot and fall apart. Now they've made better things that last longer.
So this has come off before, and we took it to Pep Boys. I'm losing faith in them, but she just took it back. It's still within warranty, but they can't get the replacement part for a month, and that's just it's horrible. We went over to AutoZone and they can get it this afternoon. So that's just a testament to why I'm probably not going to go back. But so we kind of stuck going there because it was on warranty. But in any event, dealing with all this stuff at one time. But I did get a podium on my 5K, which for whatever that's worth, it was a 3rd place for my age group. It's one of the benefits of getting older is it kind of thins out the herd. So that's I'm in the 60 to 64 age group. Other than that, not a whole lot else going on in my world. I was glad I could jump in here for at least half an hour and just say hey and see what's going on.
Definitely. It's always appreciated.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And Larry, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm glad to be here this week. I wanted, hey Sarah, well, wanted to be here next or last week, and then it all fell apart,
Oh.
I mean, I saw that you couldn't anyway, but it just didn't work for me either last week. But anyway, I did write a typing prompt thing.
Oh, excellent.
Is it time to read them or?
Sure.
Okay. What do they do when you're gone or something? I guess is what it is. Huh? Your typewriter.
Yes.
My typewriters are happy when I'm not around. Not that they don't like me, but that they were found. You see, they are thankful for being set free instead of just molding and getting rusty. They know they can trust me, and when I return, they give me more joy than I ever could earn. But your question was, just what do they do? They think of new poems and the writing they'll do.
Oh, excellent. I love that.
That's sweet. Good. It's got a bit of a Dr. Seuss feel to it.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So I mean, that's like the rhyming and stuff that I do. That's like all probably just like growing up listening to silly stuff on the radio, cartoons and commercials and all that stuff.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. All right. And anything new with you?
I actually did a typing prompt on a real typewriter. I usually just like come here. I'm like, oh, I don't know what that, or do it on my phone real quick or whatever,
Yeah.
But
well, that's good.
New. Is there something new?
Any new typewriters, or what have you been writing lately, or any letters?
You said letters. Well, I did get a new letter from one of the typed out, but the pile of old letters is still here too. So
yeah.
And it's like, so I don't. One of these days, I'm going to be so ashamed I'm not going to be able to show my face on here. Maybe.
Oh.
I just
don't feel bad, Larry. I never do the homework.
I
wasn't.
Neither do I, Larry. You're not alone.
In school, I didn't like homework in school, and I rarely did it, and I just tried to get by, and I still just trying to get by, and that I love writing. It's funny, but just when I write to people, it's like it's not any kind of abstract writing. It's more like you have to like be able, it's like when you talk to people. I don't even know how I can talk to you people. I have a hard time talking to people. I think maybe because we're not like face to face, I get more anxiety, I guess, talking to people. And I can get up in front of people and play. I do that all the time, but that's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
In fact, here's something weird that happened at church today, because I switched all the stuff to another soundboard so we can have our outside soundboard and our inside soundboard. And I had to get everything set up, and I went back to the soundboard because the guy that was going to do the special, he had a solo, and I wanted to make sure it sounded right. And even though we'd practiced it, but everybody used, sang and stuff already. So I go back to the soundboard, and during the offering, and after the offering, they do the doxology where everybody sings, "Praise God from whom all blessings flow." Well, anyway, I know that song by heart, and growing up, I never would sing. I only started singing like maybe 4 years ago. And I guess because I saw I know why, because I went over to some guy's house, and some guy 20 years older than me was singing, and he didn't sound that great, but it's like he was pouring his heart into it. And I'm like, that looks like fun. I want to do that. And so I decided, if he can do that, I can do that. So I went back at the soundboard and I started trying to sing, and I felt intimidated by all the people around. I couldn't sing. And I'm like, I can stand up there, a microphone, and sing to everybody. Yeah, I can't stand beside people and sing. It's so weird. I don't know why that is.
Interesting.
People just have these
I understand.
brains,
I feel you. I totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah. It just people's brains are different, I don't know. I'm fascinated. My grandson's autistic, and I'm fascinated more and more how different people are. Like autism really doesn't mean anything. I mean, it does in a way, but when I start looking at people, I'm like, well, you always thought this person was weird, but you know what? They're just a person and they just think different, and who knows why, and what's the difference? Why? We all still have to live in this world, whether we are one way or another.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of weird now. I'm just figuring that out after all these years.
Well, it's great that you took that up, Larry, performing. That's great. If you said 4 years ago singing, that's great.
Yeah.
We're the
definitely.
same age, so I know that.
One thing I've had in my life is my mom. When I got my driver's license when I was 16, and she got hers after I moved away from home. And then she went to college and became a school teacher full time. She was already doing substitute teaching and teacher's aide and stuff, but she went to full time in college. And I always thought, it's never too late to do whatever you want to do.
No, so if you start something new, just know that you're going to suck at it and be okay with that until you get better. That's just a lot of people don't get started because they don't like that sucky phase. So
yeah,
just got to deal with it.
Yeah, and I'm fortunate that I've had some places I could play and nobody seems to worry about it, or they don't have, maybe they're deaf or something. I don't know. I've been lucky that way, but and people are, people I know people can be really rude, and we tend to focus on, you go on the internet and you look at these reviews or somebody's comment and you're like, man, how rude is that? But mostly people they try to be nice to each other. Mostly it seems like.
Oh yeah.
Face to face, you mean?
What's that?
You mean face to face?
Well, face to face, yes, but also even I find on Facebook, I mean, now if you say I hate liberals or I hate conservatives, then you're going to ask for people to say all kinds of stuff to you because you're already starting with hate. But I mean, if you're nice to people, though, generally people are nice back. And if you're just trying to do something like saying, if they hate you, they might not say anything, or they might hit the like button, or something. But I mean, but mostly people try to encourage you because they, and they probably don't ever even look or listen to your video or anything, but they're like, well, Larry's a nice guy, I'll hit like, so it makes you feel good. And we try to make each other feel good. I'm not saying I'd go listen or read every word that somebody writes, but I'm like, that looks pretty cool. And that, you just try to be nice to each other. And I think mostly people do that in your audience. When you play for an audience somewhere, like I go out and do gigs and stuff, just rock and roll and stuff. I know I'm not great, but mostly people respond because I think they're sitting there talking to each other and drinking or whatever. And then you get done and they're like, oh, the song's over, we're supposed to clap. But I mean, that's polite. People are mostly trying to be polite, I think.
Okay, Larry, that's what it is. You nailed it. It's the alcohol. So
I know.
That's mine, Sean.
I'm just joking. I
was just reading about the Beatles in Hamburg between 1960 and 1962. And when they were playing in Hamburg, they had a contract and they played like 250 gigs in a year. And they said it's a bunch of drunk sailors and whores is what they said. They were playing for. That's what they said. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't want to. That's what they said. Yeah. And it's like, and they said that's really where they learned to play in front of crowds and play to the crowds, because they had to play over and over again, and they had to play everybody else's song. They didn't have the songs written to play like they do today. They were playing everybody's songs that there was. And they said they'd learn a whole album, Chuck Berry's whole album or Gene Vincent's whole album or whatever, and they play everything. And they said they had to play for like 4 and 5 hours every night. And they said they were exhausted and they were taking upper pills and stuff to stay awake. And I'm like, holy cow. But it sounded like, like you go out and people are just there trying to have fun and you're just kind of the background noise,
Yeah. Sounds like the Beatles had a hard day's night.
I think they wrote that song I think they wrote that song in one night when they were on the set of that movie.
Oh,
I think so, or I think I
wow.
remember them saying something like that.
You have to leave your comfort zone, Larry. That's the thing. You know, you have to get away from what you're used to in order to grow. And it's we were in had one session in Kathmandu. We were leaving there that night, and at lunch, my wife and I went and just found a place to eat lunch. And in that place where people were eating lunch, there was a stage, and it had something, I think it's just like music 24/7, but there was nobody up there. And the guy that was the waiter, I guess, was the owner. And I said, I thought you had 24/7 music here. And they had like guitar up there and drum kits, stuff like that. So he says, well, you want to play? I said, well, actually, that wasn't why I was asking. But I said, okay, I can play. So I went up to the stage and grabbed their acoustic and tuned it. And I played some songs. It was actually rather cool. I mean, I was not in a frame of mind where I had total confidence because I didn't know where I was. Well, I knew where I was, but I mean, it was a new place, a new venue for me in the other side of the world. And it was actually turned out pretty good. And it gave me a really eerie feeling because a lot of the people there were, it's like several of them, I shouldn't say a lot, were video big with their cameras. And it just kind of, I didn't expect that. It's just, it's like they knew the songs and all the way over there. So I mean, it's a lot of these songs. It's like The Sound of Silence and Eleanor Rigby kind of stuff. And
yeah,
but it was actually, I think by stepping out of that comfort zone, I never would have learned to feel the way I did after just doing it, you know. And so when you did that, you know, 4 years ago, decide to start singing, you know, that's big time leaving your comfort zone.
Yeah.
In front of people like that. And that's kudos to you for doing that. You know?
Yesterday, I was I think it was yesterday. Yeah, I know it was yesterday. I was like, I didn't really have anything I wanted to do in particular, that I'd done everything that I was gonna do. And I'm just like, I don't know. I just kind of felt, and then you know how people have these circadian rhythms. So, well, I don't know if that's the night and day thing, but the rhythms that over a month and stuff. And I tend to be, my lows are around the first of the month. And I felt like, you know, I'm not saying depressed, but I just felt like, I don't know what I want, you know? And I when I practice, I'm lousy at practice, is what I'm saying. I have to perform. That is my practice. When I play the song by myself, I get so bored, and you know, I stop and like, well, maybe I need to do this part over. And but when you perform, it's like you're forced to play even if you mess up, because if you stop, then that really screws it up. So you just keep going.
Record yourself. Record yourself when you're practicing.
Yes.
That'll up your pucker factor.
Yeah, I went on live yesterday for an hour and 18 minutes. And I had Motrin in me too, because I hurt my back and muscle. And so I had Motrin in me, and I don't know about you, but Motrin makes me feel tired when I do that. And so I was already feeling kind of crappy. And I got up and I did an hour and 18 minutes, which isn't much, but I felt good afterward. And then I went out and did more stuff, because when you sing and you get excited, your blood flows, your oxygen flows. I mean, it's like exercising, really. And then plus it's fun. Not, you know, exercise is not fun. Well, it could be, I guess, if you get used to it. I haven't done that yet. I'm not that far along. but I did get up and do something, and I had a blast. And then I deleted it. I didn't keep it up on Facebook, because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why, because I don't seem to have any other standards normally anyway. But I was like, well, that was just kind of a fluke. I don't know how many songs I did. Like it says, an hour and 18 minutes. Yeah. But I played 4 hours straight last Saturday for somebody and didn't stop. And man, when we left there, my wife said, "You sound like hell," because I couldn't talk anymore. Like, I didn't even notice while I was singing, but I just finally was done, I guess. And but I've done three a number of times, where I've done 3 in a row. This is the first time I did 4, and it was that's not easy if you're not doing that all the time. I know some people are really good, you know, they do that time, but
All right. Well, we have a couple more people to talk to. Ken, how are you doing?
No, doing well. Just
Excellent.
catching up on everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So went up to see our grandkids in Fort Worth, and they were coming over from Virginia to do an interview. So drove to Fort Worth and just happened to find this thing on the internet about an SM3 I'd been looking for. I've got the senatorial, those real small italic fonts, but I wanted something that I could actually, like a normal font, Pica or Elite. So I found one and just happened to be going back through there on the way home. So we arranged.
Just happened to be. Yeah, we believe you, Ken.
Yeah. Well, my wife does, so that's all that you know. It was and we were I said, hey, we'll meet at Starbucks. Actually, it was her idea, the one that was selling it. She goes, do you want to meet at Starbucks? It's like, yeah, great. We're good. We're good at Starbucks. So didn't take me off the beaten path on the way home. But she said, well, I've got this other one too. So I said, well, go ahead and bring it. We'll see what it is. But it's a one of these old Remington portables. So it's my oldest one now. So 1923, I think it's a Model A or Model 1, but it's got the original reels and all that. I don't know if that's worth anything or not, but it's my oldest one. So it's like, yeah, that's great.
I think they're fun to watch because of the way the type bars go.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
I think they're cool
Obviously.
when you're typing.
It's weird, this thing. I mean, it's so intricate, all the little gears and all. I thought it was missing a thing, but that's just the way they're made. The little bakelite, it only came with one. So which probably you guys already know all that, but I thought it was interesting that that these things go up and
yeah, I love that.
So yeah, another project that needs a drawstring.
Yeah,
What's
those are among my favorites. They're really a treasure. So
Yeah.
congratulations. They're great machines. They're cool.
Yeah, that it'll so that my wife wants to decorate with it, but well, for a while until we get through these other ones, then we'll go through that. I got a Selectric a couple weeks ago, and after Joe and Ted and all that started, because I'd sworn off electrics, but it's contagious. So and that's what I used in the military. The last few years I was in there, it was all Selectrics. But
I said I didn't get any new typewriters. I got one sitting right in front of me. I forgot it went down to $4.98, and I bought another wedge, but I like it.
What is it, Larry?
It's going to just stay here in the garage because I got a manual right beside of it, but these electrics come in handy. It's just a daisy wheel, but
okay, yeah.
they come in
Yeah.
handy. Now I
This
got
is the big one. It's a Selectric 1. It's not the small one like Joe has, but it's it's big, but it's not gigantic. I think it's a 12 pitch, but can't remember what the ruler goes out to, but it's pretty like a medium size, I guess. But so
Do you know about the carriage lock on that Remington portable?
The carriage lock?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay, the knob that you thought was missing?
Yeah.
The actual knob that's on there, it pulls in and out, and that's your carriage lock. The knob on the other side.
Oh.
So if you pull it in and out, pull it out or push it in. And if you push it in, that's your carriage lock. And if you pull it out, that's unlocked. And
okay.
You'll see the rod poke out the other side.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Do you have to have it in a certain area?
Yeah, sort of.
You have to have it centered, I guess.
It's got to be centered, but
okay.
A lot of times people will get those and they'll wonder why they can't type on them, and it's because they haven't pulled that knob out.
Okay. All right.
It blocks the type bars in the carriage.
Oh, that's good to know. Thanks. That's good. I haven't downloaded the manual. I've got your manual on the Hermes 3000, and I just downloaded the one for the SM9.
Well,
Okay.
not for the SM9 because I don't have one for the
No,
SM9.
the SM3, the one I just picked up. But I was like, well, you know, the ribbon, the draw, what is it? The ribbon band or what? The one
Draw band?
Yeah, there you go. I thought it was broke, but it's actually in there. It's got the little clip. This looks like it just came unclipped. So I thought,
okay.
oh,
Yeah.
well, that won't be bad. Then I looked at the tools and you've got like a hammer and a chisel and it's like, oh gee. So I'm gonna have to get some more tools to
Yeah, SMs are a little tool specific.
yeah.
Have a lot of very specific tools that go with that.
But that's good information. I'm glad I didn't tear it apart. I got your manual, so at least I know what I'm getting into. So like Sarah, who just jumps in and does it. Which anyway. But yeah, that's it. That's
all right.
That's about it.
Excellent. Well, it's good to see you, Ken.
You too. Thanks.
Oh, kitty. I love the markings on that cat. Very cute.
Sort of like a Batman mask.
I know. Huh?
So cute. Yeah.
Batman.
I was just gonna say, I'm Catman.
Yeah, there you go. And Bob, how are you doing?
Good. I was
Excellent.
just having fun making fun of Sean. as usual.
Oh, Bob's here. I gotta go.
That's great. No, it's been extremely busy. Let me think. I'm happy to announce that I'm officially over COVID. But it's been a long road. I mean, it was a
You
good
look
month.
frozen on
Oh
my
my
screen. You're frozen. So
I think he's still a little bit sick.
How come your picture's frozen?
It's
Bob.
Just black on mine.
He gave his computer COVID.
I want to hear from Bob. He's very entertaining. I like listening to Bob. Bob, where are you?
Yeah.
No pressure, Bob. Just because
He's
we want to be
nervous.
entertained.
No, he does not have a good internet connection, unfortunately.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, we still get to see him anyway.
Yeah. I let's see if I can make him big. Nope, it made you big.
Doggone Bob.
Oh, I know. Anyway,
you move to a populous area. You know, you millions of people obviously aren't enough where you live, so you need to move into a bigger area or something.
Yeah.
I'm out in the country. Come on, what's going on? Oh, there's nobody sharing my internet. That's probably why. He's probably got 1 million people sharing his internet.
Well, actually, it's the other way around. He's sharing his neighbor's internet. So the secret's out.
They're watching Netflix right now. So.
Yes. So he got booted. All right. Well,
maybe he's gonna log back in or something. I hope.
Yeah.
Well, we probably won't be here. Gregory wants to hang up because we've been here for 4 hours already, and this is a lot of work on Gregory.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't care about Gregory. Oh, you mean Gregory? I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah. So I think we will wrap up here actually, but
bring that man more coffee.
I know, huh?
Well, no, just remember, everybody, we can get back on, right? There's it's active 24/7, really, Gregory, right? The Type Pals, just the regular thing. It's just not on YouTube and
the Type and Talk.
Yeah,
it is a separate login, and you have to be a member of Type Pals and logged in order to see it on the events. But then that's open 24/7.
Is everybody here a member?
Yeah.
Let's go right now if you want to. I mean, we can.
There you go.
Talk till we drop or whatever.
I gotta go process fruit.
Oh yeah.
Did you already talk, Care? I didn't even hear you.
I did. Yeah. Hi, Larry. I
Hi.
talked about all kinds of stuff. I was really fascinating and a pleasure to be with. So
I guess I can go back to YouTube and watch you all over.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, don't take me off. No, it was boring. You didn't miss anything.
That's the rerun.
But Gregory, I didn't do the homework. I mean, I could tell you what my typewriters do when I'm not there.
Yes, please do.
Multiply.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the other thing. Yeah.
like rabbits.
Facts.
They're not doing math. They're just increasing in volume. So yeah,
Oh.
or numbers or quantity,
Oh.
That's a good
as far as
thing.
I can tell. I
Excellent.
have nothing to do with it. All righty.
All
I'm
right.
Thank you, Gregory.
I'm jumping over to the other side as soon as you
All
go.
right. Go for it.
See
Go
what
for it.
happens.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks,
and
Gregory.
We'll
Thanks,
see you next
everybody.
week.
Thank you,
Yes.
Greg.
We'll see you next
Gregory.
week
Good to
for
see you.
hanging with the poor typist. So
Yay.
so good to see Sarah again too. Yay.
Hey,
Yay. Yeah,
take
Sarah.
care.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see you all.
Excellent.
Love you guys.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.